All right. Well, all that being said, I think we should be good to go. Once I minimize all this, close that, move this over here, double check this, press enter again. Trying to refresh this vaccine card website, which will ding at me when it's ready. And let's get started. Year 303, which means we should actually hit year 300 today. Year 300, we should actually hit today, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. It's a long goddamn time. Today, well, technically it's 298 out of 1,000 and out of 1,000 currently. Also, Stone, I'm sorry, but I paused on the 1st of spring. So, paperwork has just arrived. Was when we ended the last run. Yeah, we got to start this off right. Paperwork has just arrived. Peter is the mayor once again. Tiny Goliath didn't get elected. Seems like the two of them are alternating at this point. And Peter wants me to make some large gems. It's springtime, so just the one. Are you still alive? You've been dead from old age for a while, I think. Because it was just free, right? Or maybe not old age. You might have been in one of the fights. We had... Oh, nope. Free 2 is still alive. Never mind. The free 1 is dead. Free 2 is still alive. But you are harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. And oblivious to reality. And running in circles. But fortunately for you... you dreamed of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And the benefit of that dream being realized is... you can't actually go completely insane. Meaning, and your thumbs are broken. I mean, that's an unfortunate, actually no, your fourth toe on your left foot is broken and your fourth toe on your left foot is smashed open. You have a broken toe. But fortunately, because you have realized your dream, you can't actually go totally insane. So you run around for a bit like this, and then you snap out of it, you go get food, and then you run around like that again. You haven't actually tantrumed, so that's good. Yeah, you're mostly bonkers, batshit nuts. Crazy, stupid, silly, insane. And Vinsati, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to CCX. Cheers. Big thank you. At least you're healthy. I mean... You know, like, you run around for a bit, totally nuts, and then you snap out of it, and then you run around for a bit. And it's just kind of, I mean, to be totally fair, Cyrillac II was in the exact same position a little while ago and is now totally fine. So I'm hoping that you two will just kind of snap out of it sooner rather than later. I think that would be very nice. Also, Vinsati, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Cheers. But, you know, is what it is. Darn, that beer was good and you got back to work. It kind of seems that way, yeah. Kind of seems that way. So, where's that tribute at? Moving very, very slowly. With animal people? Are they actually going to be gorillas? If you're doing that with, if you're starting a guerrilla resistance against goblins, are they going to be like actual gorilla people? Because I don't, is that even a thing? Does Dwarf Fortress even have gorillas? If Dwarf Fortress has gorillas, then that's actually news to me, and I didn't know that. Yeah, it is a hode. It's a hode. A hode who's walking very slowed. DF has gorillas. All right, I just learned. I mean, I generally, when it comes to random animals in DF, I generally just assume that DF has them because I haven't seen like 80% of them. Like, I guess I wonder if theoretically you could just have an army of gorilla men, maybe gorilla men and elephant men, and then the elephant men could take part in guerrilla warfare. I just think that would be very funny. I'm trying this website again. I'm trying to sign up for my vaccine passport because I want to be able to go to concerts, and I will need one to go to concerts. But the website is very not worky. The website is very not worky. Okay, so I made those gems. Mayor is now happy. You would like ballista arrows? Is any cool? We are assembling a ballista arrow. Burn sculpture. I wonder if that's like I'm trying to think. What's a sculpture that you'd have to burn to finish? I guess a clace or like a glazed sculpture would require burning to be considered finished. So maybe that's like it's like glazed pottery. Could be what their last name means. A frozen hode. Yeah, it's definitely slowed. I mean, are you very weak, hode? Her quite dense hair is extremely long. She's a broad body with little fat. Her teeth are gaped. It doesn't say anything about her being weak. It just says that she has a broad body. Oh, I guess the enormous silver corkscrew would probably be pretty heavy. I'm assuming that the enormous silver corkscrew is probably why that moved so slowly. I'm going to make that assumption. Just checking something real quick in the background, because I am filling out fucking paperwork here. Just making sure I got a number right. I have it memorized, but I always gotta check it. No quivers? I mean, that's good. We have too many. I will not be concerned with them not giving us quivers. No issues with them not giving us quivers. We often end up with way too many quivers. So yesterday, with the pump stack, we got all the way up to here. So the pump stack goes all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down to here. At which point it then sneaks through here, over to here, and then again, down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. All the way down. All the way down to here. So we have two pump stacks. One that requires 810 power, and then one that requires hiccup. Currently 380. Soon to be significantly high. Well, maybe not significantly, but probably for something. and then that will then go all the way up to here to be pumped into there. So we're going to continue working on that, and we should finish up the pump stack today. Once pump stack is donezo, then we can begin the next step, which is building power for the damn thing, which should go pretty quickly, I would think. Because building power doesn't take a huge amount of time. So we should be able to get that done pretty quickly, which should be good. And once that's done, then we can turn the damn thing on. I'm kind of hoping we can get it done this stream, because then we could have it ready for year 300. And what would be a better celebration than finishing off our giant lava lamp on year 300? I think that would be a pretty solid celebration for year 300. If you guys can think of something better, feel free to share. But that, to me, I think is going to be the best we're going to get. Barn owl, weasel, fluffy wambler, cougar, donkey, fluffy wambler, echidna. Sad. Yeah, magma splash party. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Aside from, you know, everything. So, just gotta be careful. And, you know, make sure there's no leaks. And if there's a leak, then, well, aside from having a tasty addition to our stir fry, we may all die. So, you know, maybe not all of us, but some of us could potentially die. And I know what you're saying, which is, Blind, that seems suboptimal. And I go, yeah, I know. It'll be fine. I don't know about that. I'm not going to be overly confident until it's ready to go. We'll put it that way. I'm not going to be overly confident. But, you know, here we are. Here we are. I know how I'm going to power the damn thing, too. Whoa! Something broke this.
$11,000 months. Woo.
I don't know about that, but definitely 48 months. Thank you very much for the 48th month, Tredge. Welcome back. Nice crown you got there. Looks good on you. That's such a fucking long time, man. It really is. I don't feel old. You feel old. Regardless, cheers, man. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for such a absurdist amount of time. Is that 48 in binary? Really? Well, that's a large number. I figured it was something like that. But there is a gear assembly down there. What? There's a gear assembly. Oh, it's disengaged, right? So I have to pull the lever to re-engage it. Maybe they just have no way up there. Although that would actually make no sense. Because they do, in fact, have a way up there. Alright, well, let's just re-engage that. And build a new windmill there. Because I'm going to need that for the area where I'm going to power this, which is going to be down here. I'm going to need that for down here. Because down here it'll be easier to get power to the lower area. So I can power this one right here, and then directly just put a pin straight down below through the ground that's going to go down to this one. So it'll be easier to power both at the same time if I do it from the center point. The thing is, I'm going to need a lever to turn both of them off immediately when emergencies happen. In case, you know, we make an oopsie. And this is a world where oopsies are bound to happen. Did you not bring the prepared meals I sent for? What? Or maybe I already traded. Did I already trade? I already traded. Yes, I definitely already traded. We're just distributing instant death liquid through every floor of the fort. Yeah, it's not too far off. We are indeed distributing instant possible death liquid through every single floor in the fort. The nice, soothing, warm instant death liquid. That I don't think is going to, you know, spontaneously catch us all on fire, but could at any point. Yeah. Anyway, Tredge, how have you been? I mean, geez. It's a long goddamn time. That is a word I do not permit being used in my chat, friend. Unfortunately, that word expired circa 2008, so please don't use it here. Just got back from vacation. I'm going on vacation in October. Brief vacation. All right, goodbye, Nex. I gave you your warning. You did it a second time. Good question, Stone. I don't know. If you understand what you did wrong, you're more than welcome to DM me, and I'll consider unbanning you. But, yeah, no. Sorry. Outside of that, apologies. Don't worry about it, Stone. I'd rather not dwell on it more than we need to. Unfortunately, it's one of those words that's still very commonly used in a lot of people's vocabulary. To the point where I need to call my parents out on it sometimes, especially after a couple of beers. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Stone. It is what it is. It is what it is. Jilled on a lake? Dude, that sounds fucking lovely. That sounds absolutely lovely. How long were you on vacation for? Yeah, I'm trying to do something in early October, and we're going to try and just barely miss a long weekend. So if we pull it off correctly, it shouldn't be too busy. But hopefully we'll have vaccine cards in effect by then. So it should be fine. Should be fine. All right, pumps from the east, so you're going to pump from the right. We need you to be made out of gabbro blocks and not use the silver corkscrew that we were just given. Rented a lake house, and since school started back up, the weekdays were super chill. Oh, hell yeah. Got crowded, though. Yeah. I mean, that's usually how the weekends work, right? The weekends show up and ruin everything. Like, you're just chilling and relaxing during the week, and then the weekend shows up, and then people just get all uppity and busy and gets annoyed. I don't know if I even want to ask what that word is, Stone. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate, you know. It's kind of unfortunate. But you know, we work kind of on a pretty strict one warning policy. If you say something bad, you get one warning, and then after that you're gone. That's basically it. So, don't be an idiot. Don't be a bigot. Be an intelligent person that you'd want to spend time around. Or you won't last very long. Yeah, but there's different names for different types of autism. Which is why I said I don't know if I want to know. Like, I'm well aware that you have autism, but just because you've said that before, but like, you know, there's certain names for different types of autism. But yes, I'm well aware that people use the term autistic as a slur. But, you know, say Livy. My cousin is, or one of my cousins is very, very, very autistic. So it's something that I'm pretty familiar with. For better or for worse, I suppose. So now I've just got these massive fucking holes in the floor. Let's see if I can fill these up real quick. Before the water comes back. I don't actually know what started happening with the waterfall here, but it started breaking the grates. I think what happens is ice freezes in the tube. Large rat fell off a cliff. Is ice freezes up here in the tube, and then it crashes down and like smashes the stuff on the way down, which is kind of a problem, and I don't know how to stop that from happening. So it's I guess it's something that we need to figure out. Yeah, I don't know. That's always something that will bother me from here to hell and back forever, and that's just simply like using another person's disability as a slur for something that is stupid, because that immediately just replaces the stupid thing that somebody is doing with a disability that is out of somebody's control. I didn't really want to turn this into a big discussion on this topic, but Stone seems to want to, so. So there will always be a very hard line against use of that word as a slur, because all it does is it hurts people. Unapologetically so. And Vin, thanks for chucking a sub at the Great Badinsky. Thank you much. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Vin being very generous? Cheers, Vin. Shoutouts to localized pricing, eh? Sniped indeed. Heck yeah. Are you just like searching up streamers that you know? Then that's the problem with Twitch, Frog, is it's always kind of hard to tell who is a 12-year-old and who is an adult, you know? Like, it's really difficult to, like, ascribe something as 12-year-old behavior, because is it 12, like, give 12-year-olds more credit. 12-year-olds are actually, in my brief experience with younger kids these days, more intelligent than some adults. I'm 12. What is this? How do I operate? I don't know. In my experience with younger kids, it's actually like 20-somethings that are kind of the problem more often than younger kids. Maybe the last generation of heavy amounts of intolerance, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Don't have a man or giant form. Sounds like something mods can fix. Stone. The fact that there isn't giant gorillas, though, in DF, I think is an absolute shame. Missed opportunity. Adults who lose their childlike curiosity and desire to learn? Yeah, I could see that. You know what's kind of interesting is, like, I've known adults who seemingly have lost their childlike curiosity and desire to learn to then only gain it back years later. I've known a few adults like that, actually. It's actually something I find to be quite intriguing. No gorillas for you then? I mean, you could have pet gorillas. You could have domestic gorillas. And you could change a raw file to make them war trainable gorillas. So theoretically you could actually have gorillas to go in with your gorilla soldiers. You could most certainly do that. Probably also going to need suspending the construction on the windmill. Why? Why, though? Why are they suspending the construction on the windmill? Oh, I think I know why. I think that bolt's in the way. On, like, the wiki? What's the funny reference on the wiki, on the DF wiki page for gorillas? Does it mention gorillas and guerrilla warfare? Nothing creative? Oh. I am always endlessly amused by the Batmen page on the DF wiki, so I'm always looking for more of that. Also, I found a good GIF on /r/gifs. Here, chat, have a good GIF. It's a pixel art animation. So, anyways, what meme is referenced on the DF Gorilla page? Because I'm never gonna guess. And Spider Bro's a little upset for you for washing boat down on top of his house. Oh no, poor Spider Bro. Oh, there's a Harambe joke. Oh, of course there is. Of course there is. I understand what you mean now by no, nothing creative. Because yes, that is not even remotely creative. Consider me unimpressed. Oh no. No tickets for Stone. Oh, that's good. I let a moth out of my house last night. It was lost. I was flapping around trying to do moth things and couldn't because it was stuck in my apartment. I felt kind of bad for it. Great Horned Owl appears to have just been wrecked by Cyrolac. Okay, let's try unforbidding that again. Does flying insects tend to? Yeah. Windows are rough on insects and small birds. They just don't even see them. They don't even recognize that they're there. Is the actual issue. All right. Machine screw pump. Pump from the west. Goes from right there. Gabriel blocks. Iron corkscrew and pipe section. Try to fight your window. Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like windows go against nature in a way. Windows kind of just go against nature. Okay, so I'm waiting for a dwarf with carpentry. Yeah, but you don't really find glass super common, at least not in window pane format, just outside very often. It's not a super common thing to just, spot, right? Wait, does, nobody have carpentry? Oh, you do, and you did it. Okay, cool. There we go. Water flows back up and running. Excellent. So that's what we're going to use to power the lower half of this. 390 is the power used currently. That's going to bring us up to 4. 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, so 410 power for the top half. So 860 and 410. Huivy. Way freaking vey. This is where we begin deconstructing all of this. It's going to take a little bit, but we're going to use this as a massive power source. Humans do a lot of weird stuff. As a human, you would know, right? As a human, you would know. Yeah, I would argue that windows are not something birds are used to seeing in nature. Same with insects, so thus when they run into them, they really don't know how to deal with them. So, as a thing that we create and we build, I don't think that we can quite say that windows are nature. Yeah, no, glass is a wild material, but finding it in panes that are so thin that you can see through them, not... Yeah, exactly. Clear glass, yes. Clear glass, not so much. It's like, yeah, you could make the argument that clear glass is a thing that happens in nature, but not really. Like, birds aren't going to just see it, you know? Birds aren't going to see a clear glass window in a tree, you know? Like, unless maybe there's a treehouse in there, but then still, that's not nature. That's us putting a treehouse there. There'd be a lot of lag going on right now, to the point where I'm wondering if someone is stuck somewhere. Doesn't look like it. So Kiddo doesn't run into the windows, or so that bird don't run into the windows? There's this house that's a couple blocks away from me that is very much like populated with small children, Cyrolac. And they have all these big sunflowers, like this huge swing set up front. Like, it's very much like one of those, like, oh yeah, little kids live here, right? And all of the windows are just covered in washable marker. Covered. I think it's kind of awesome, not gonna lie. Hey, Padinsky. Yeah, congratulations on getting sniped by the sub lottery. Or maybe the sub mafia in this case. Yeah, congratulations on getting that sub. Welcome back for an 11th month, I think. Hope you're doing well. One of the best instances of something running into a... I'll do that in a second. One of the best instances of something running into a door in my life was when my cat, growing up, was running in a straight line, as cats do. And thanks, Paninsky, for paying that forward. Cheers for the support. Thank you much. We had a in the old house, we had this giant screen that we would put over the front door, so it would just like it would fit into the door frame, and we'd put a fan in front of it, right? And then on the other side of the house, we'd have the sliding glass door open with a fan in front of that. So essentially, we'd have wind blowing through the whole house. The cat hated the fans, scared shitless of the fans. The cat would run around the fans really quickly, rather than walking past them. And we'd just put the screen into the front door for the first time because we'd only just bought it. And the cat goes up and he's looking at the fan, and this fan's like right here, right? Screen in front of the door is right there. Cat's right here, and he goes, "Fan scary." So he just like backs up a bit, and then he runs as fast as he possibly can around this fan, bounces off of the screen door and back over the fan. And then immediately, because he didn't learn his lesson the first time, runs even faster. And instead of bouncing off the screen and over top of the fan, goes through the screen and outside and puts a big hole in it. My dad was very unimpressed. Now I have a word story to read. So if you'll give me a moment, I got somebody to ban from my Discord. So there's a certain someone who keeps posting just like random not okay words in the Add a Word Stories room, just for reference. That's enough reason to get all your posts deleted from my Discord and you banned. So just keep that in mind. I'm just going through and deleting these first. Beta with persistence. Yeah, you could say that. All right. Logically, that's what should be said, or with infamy. Streamers streaming Steam stuff. Please understand, clockwork machines can't destroy cashews unalterably. Phones don't like the vacuum rocket. Sucks. Kayak yakety yak. Yak yakety kayakety. What are you even writing? What? I mean, this game isn't currently on Steam, but it will be eventually. It will be eventually. So yeah, I don't know who the heck Roy was, but I banned that person because I'm fucking tired of them just typing in random words that are, you know, just rude. So, yeah, get off my fucking Discord. I mean, I will just skip it, you know. Wave to Plesion. Like, there's no real purpose to that. And it's not like it benefits anybody. I booted them from the Discord yesterday, actually, but clearly they came back. Because they literally leave the Discord in between. Like, I checked the servers that they were on, and we had no servers in common, and it's, you know, kind of silly. Anybody want to see an extremely little kitten? Here's an extremely little kitten. So, healthgateway.gov has now turned into badgateway.gov. That's lovely. Although not .gov, it just says badgateway 404. Excellent. I now need to refill my coffee. Why is game running so slow? I don't actually know. Only when I deconstruct lots of stuff. It's interesting. Yeah, well, I take a very strict apples to apples approach when it comes to the Add a Word Stories room. You need a shower, you are very sweaty. I mean, you did go kayaking, so yeah, kayaking tends to have that effect. This might come as a shocker, but kayaking's a pretty fucking great workout. Hey, Clander. How are you? Jess is throwing a tantrum on the topic of children. All right, so what we're going to do, essentially, I'm going to need to not place these, but we're going to do water wheels like this all the way along. So let's start off with gear assemblies. Oops, got that one too close up at the top. Building the power plant. And also, note, not a single dwarf has been knocked in here yet, I don't think. Although that would explain why the game would be running so slowly. Nope, doesn't seem to be a thing. And a jeweler's table has been toppled by Jess. Vandalism. I don't see anybody reporting crimes. 3:30 a.m. or p.m. and waking up at a.m. or p.m. But yes, sleep deprivation, if that's what you're suggesting, does indeed make you deprived of sleep. AM and AM? Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, no, that sleep deprivation will do that, naturally. I'm trying the other way of signing into this website. All right, let's go up and continue topside. I love that I could build these walls out of soap. I love that I could do that if I wanted to. Good thing I don't want to do that. That's not what I wanted. I wanted nice, not Gabbro. But yeah, I did almost nothing yesterday. I literally, I was recommended that I watch the 9/11 documentary on Netflix. So that was 5 hours. So yesterday I basically just stayed in bed all day and watched a documentary about 9/11. It was very good. Lot of parts of it are difficult to watch, but it was very good. I was impressed. So that was a good recommendation. So I enjoyed it. What year are we on now and how many dwarves? Currently we're at kind of a low point. We have 39 dwarves total, 34 permanent citizens, and we are on year 303. I mean, that's pretty standard for the Netflix multi-parters, right? Because they are in like 1 hour long parts, but they always leave off on a like stinger that you want to watch more. So, I mean, like I watched the like Fear City is the same way, although I think Fear City is 4.5 hours, which is about mafia in New York. Generally, that's the way Netflix does those investigative documentaries. Is they're like either 3 to 5 parts, and they're usually an hour per part. You've watched longer YouTube videos, longer than 5 hour YouTube. I mean, I've uploaded longer YouTube videos. You've probably watched longer streams that I've done. So, some magic truffles yesterday. Oh, is that why you only slept for 3 hours? It's just chaos trying to make the... I mean, once you get to 80 plus, then the goblins start invading, so... Which is great, but, you know, it kind of turns you into a... And then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked situation. But yeah, no, I mean, when the population gets a little low, we bring in merchants from the local hillocks and pump the population up till about 48. And then they make babies, and then we keep going. As long as we don't start talking about people putting themselves in hospital with shrooms, because there was somebody who was around this chat for a bit who was always talking about shrooms, wanting to get into shrooms, getting into shrooms, and then bought a bunch of shrooms, ate all of them, and put himself in hospital, and then did it again the next day. And then tuned in again the next day and then said, by the way, I'm married. Got married while on shrooms, apparently. So put himself in the hospital 4 times in a week and then got married. I mean, you know, whatever makes you happy, really, but also don't put yourself in hospital because of fucking hallucinogenic mushrooms. Come on, be an intelligent human being. It's not that goddamn difficult. Also, if the dwarves could stop like stripping after they finish constructing things, that'd be great. That would be great. By a coyote opening the door for a dragon. Oh! Rip. That's... Yeah, that would cause problems. Fucking Coyote. That's some, like, Wile E. Coyote got his goddamn revenge, I guess. Wile E. Coyote got his goddamn it revenge indeed. Yeah, that person that I know was so dissociated from reality it was leading to self-harm. Truffle is like the coolest sounding name for a mushroom. It just sounds like a dessert. Like, it's just a fun word to say. I just like saying the word truffles. Truffles are delicious, by the way. In Canada, shrooms are legal, but it's illegal to pick them. So it's legal to grow them. It's legal to sell them. It's illegal to pick them. So if you just have mushrooms, you're fine. And if you're just taking mushrooms, you're fine. But if you're growing mushrooms, you're also fine. It's just don't let a cop see you picking them. You're allowed to grow them and let them die. It just is what it is. Is it too early to make a Delta strain joke? Alien Slayer? It's just a fun word to say. Stone, that's all it is. Although I've been hearing a lot of Delta strain jokes recently because we have Delta in the Greater Vancouver area. So we've been making the joke that there's the Delta strain, the New West strain, the Surrey strain, the downtown strain. Yeah, and then truffle is also a type of chocolate, not to be confused with the mushroom. Not to be confused with the mushroom. Oh yeah, I can confirm. Just mild hallucinogens and just looking at the stars is wonderful. I need to go like on a easy camping trip at some point soon and just like hang out on a beach or something on one of the local lakes and just stare at the sky on some mushrooms. That sounds like a really nice way to spend a weekend. Grow them through a screen that cuts them off as they grow. I mean, I don't know how they do it, Cyralac. I'm sure that there's way, but it's just funny that you can literally go to a shop downtown in Vancouver, buy mushrooms, take mushrooms, and then hang out in that shop. Although I don't know if you could do that now because of the pandemic stuff still, but there's a shop in Vancouver which is basically just an arcade. They just have a bunch of pool tables and shit, and you can just go there, buy hallucinogenic mushrooms, take them, and just sit on a sofa and watch somebody play Pac-Man for 4 hours. And it's totally within legality, but it's illegal to pick them. I don't know. I don't grow them, so I don't know. In soup, when the mushroom one, they were supposed to be... Wait, hold on a second. So someone put the chocolate truffles in his soup thinking that they were mushrooms? So like a weird scrambled chocolate soup? Is that what you're saying, Spear? Because what? Huh. I mean... Sounds like an okay dessert? I suppose. Also, I don't know why I've been saying "spose" recently. I go through like, I don't know if anybody else does this, but I go through trends where I'll say specific words a whole lot for a while. Like for a while there, it was "oh boy," and recently it's been "spose." I can't say "suppose" right now, but for some reason I've just been saying "spose." I don't know why that is. I'll say it, Glad Alex. Those things. She didn't know that. Wait, but like, did she know she was making a mushroom soup? Or did she think that the chocolates were mushrooms? I have so many questions. I'm sorry. I'm just very perplexed by this person. It's the worldwide shortening of it. I suppose. Also, I've been on for 2.5 hours. I just need to take a real quick restroom break. Back in a sec. I'm just more impressed that they ate it than anything, Spear. That's just funny. Like I like those stories about like harmless incompetence where it's like, oh, someone did something really stupid, but people liked it, so they rolled with it anyway. Did anybody die in that? No. All right, so Jess went and tantrumed and beat somebody up. Holy crap, that's a lot of disorderly conduct. Oy vey. Jess. That's mean, Frog. But, you know, I would do the same thing. This kind of reminds me of, so an old family friend did this thing once where he took ice cream, and he was trying to so he was trying to prank his like younger nephew, and what he did was he took ice cream, he made popcorn, put the ice cream on the popcorn, and then put caramel sauce all over it, and said this was like something that him and his family loved to eat. And because he was kind of a troll, he just kind of did that and handed it to his nephew, and his nephew ate it all and said it was amazing. Said he wanted more. And he was sitting there thinking, he's like, man, you should have hated that. Like, there's no way you should like that. Like that was supposed to be like the gross thing that weird uncle gives to you, and you don't eat it because it's weird, and then he gets all your ice cream. But what he actually ended up doing was creating a thing that people ended up liking, and it kind of became a running joke that whenever you go over to their house, they give you ice cream with popcorn and caramel sauce, and it was amazingly tasty. So kind of like the exact opposite of that situation. Jess is getting beaten up by the captain of the guard, and probably dragged off to prison in a minute. Oh, nope, she stood up. She's fine. I'm assuming you're also getting a prison sentence. 197 days in prison. Good God, that's a long time in prison. I mean, you did commit a lot of crime, so there is that. The humans have arrived to trade, though, so there's that. Nephew was a reverse troll. No, nephew knew a tasty treat when he got one. I find that story endlessly funny. Story endlessly funny. Because it's like, somebody made a thing expecting everybody to hate it and ended up making something accidentally really tasty. It's to the point now where, like, I've made it myself, even though I haven't seen that family in, like, I don't know, probably over 2 decades now. Almost 2 decades, probably. Getting close to that. Like, last time I saw him, I was like 8 or 9 years old. And there she goes. Off to prison again. We'll see how that works. We're just gonna have a lot of clothing to sell to them. Yeah, we'll just do that. There will be lots. Oh, also, I've just got shit tons of water skins, so sell those as well. So is a reverse troll somebody who is not trying to troll but ends up trolling? Or is a reverse troll somebody who is trolling a troll? Like, what is the definition of a reverse troll? More humans have arrived. We are beginning to bring all of this stuff into trade. There's going to be a lot of it. Already into early summer in the year 303. You re-engineer someone's troll to troll them. So basically, you make the troll look dumb. And it looks like Peter's been re-elected. Some more large gems for a year. What's a gopher blaster? Never heard of that. And Gunneth says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Wait, actually, hold on a second. Let me find a video. Like this guy. Oh jeez, I forgot to mute YouTube. Like that video. It's 4 million views. That's a reverse troll, right? On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World's the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just the usual, I think. We're not quite done with that stuff yet. They had a dinner party once. You did served hand-picked mushrooms and put active carbon. Oh, so you like scared people into thinking that you may have like picked and cooked poisonous mushrooms, not edible mushrooms? I mean, that's just mean. Guy says on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Yeah, that's just mean. Jeez. That's just mean. I don't think even I could do that. Also, I feel like if I did that to my family, they just wouldn't eat the food. Just period. Like, suddenly it would just be like, yeah, no, we're not eating that. Sorry. So presumably a reverse troll would be small and beautiful. So what you're telling me is, like, a reverse troll would be like Miss Universe or something, or Miss New York, or like Miss America. Just like, except miniature, so it'd be like tiny little supermodel. Was this for like Halloween or something? Because that's quite the effort. Jeez, that's quite the effort to make little eyeballs in gelatin shot glasses. As somebody who is like anti-April Fools these days, nothing is an acceptable April Fool's Day prank. Because we should just stop doing April Fool's Day. April Fool's Day was fun, in my opinion, before the internet existed. But with the existence of fake news and the internet just being a trash fire most of the time, like, do we really need like people intentionally feeding that? You know what I mean? Like, April Fool's is something that I genuinely enjoyed before I had easy access to the internet. Since then, it's like, all right, let's wait for all of the fake announcements. Who fucking cares? Okay. I mean, that makes a bit more sense than Spewer. That makes a bit more sense. I remember for Halloween one year, my mom made green pea soup, but she cut sausages, like, you know, like those miniature like cocktail wieners that you can buy that are like that big. She cut them in the shape of fingers, very convincingly, and filled this pea soup up with fingers. And I remember like being like a pretty little, I was like maybe, I was a little kid, right? I don't know how old I was, but I was a little kid. And I remember like having a heart, like it was a delicious pea soup. It was really, really, really good. I remember it being really tasty. And also like having a hard time eating it because I was so irked by these fingers. Because there was like little fingers and toes. My mom did a pretty good job that year. It was great. Then we had obviously eyeballs for dessert, which was grapes cut like eyeballs. She did a real good job that year. Hats off to my mom for that distressing pea soup. Yeah, if you want to gross some little kids out, tell them you put fingers in the soup. Dwarf grenades?
Dwarf grenades.
I mean, I'm going to throw out some pretty deep video game lore here for a second, VadTech. Thanks for the 8 months, by the way. I mean, you should be excited because your favorite human grenade is putting out a new video game pretty soon. If anybody has any idea what I'm referencing, you get some video game trivia brownie points. Does anybody here have any idea what I'm referencing at all? What famous video game designer described himself as a grenade? Bomberman? No. Dean Hall to leave Bohemia and step down as leader of DayZ in 2014, and had the quote, "I am a grenade," he began, as he sat in the DayZ office in Prague. I have a specific use. I'm really good at risk-taking and making other people take risks, but I've always been good at that in my life. Icarus, his new game, is out in like a week or something. Are you a grenade, though, Bastet? His new video game from Mr. Grenade. This bullshit. You know, this thing. It's another early access survival thing if you've ever, you know, seen that before. Sorry, you said grenade and my brain just recalled, I am a grenade! Because I mean, he is a grenade. Or clearly he was, at least for a period of time. I have to click cookies. This is very important. Update, I have clicked cookies. What, of him explaining how he was a grenade? Bad tech. Also, hey, Cursed, what's up? Oh, for Icarus. I mean, yeah, it looks pretty, but I don't know. It's another multiplayer survival. Blah, 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 blah. Although this makes me real upset. They call it a rogue. I'm not going to say the other half of that. Not really, actually. I don't think they say anywhere in their official marketing, but it does have run-based progression where you die and you keep stuff. Waves back. CCX. Also, I do feel kind of liberated in my brain because he did work on Stationeers. Someone stated the other day that he didn't work on Stationeers. I was like, he fucking worked on Stationeers. Also, apparently he's working on a Transport Tycoon-ass looking game. All right, Dean Hall, I'm interested in this one. Not so much Icarus. This looks interesting. I see trains. I like trains. Trains are cool. Anyway, back to Dwarfs. Yep. That is indeed what it is. Yeah, apparently they're putting out like 4 games. Eye candy only does so much. I like short eye candy games. This is why I like, Journey and Abzu that are really pretty, and then they end and you're like, yeah, that was pretty, and then you move on with your life. Games that are really big and also really pretty, I find often just make my PC warm. That probably would be wise, Vad. That probably would be wise. I'm just going to generally agree with you. When it comes to that style of game, it's generally wise to not play it. How goes the Dwarf Fort? The Dwarf Fort goes all right. We do indeed go all right. While I pour more coffee. Lots of trading. Did some renovations recently, working on the big ol' lava tower. We will be hitting year 300 today, which will be kind of nice. I see. Here's the thing, right? You can't say the game I know you didn't, but you can't say that a game looks nice until you've seen a gameplay trailer. And I've had people asking me if I'm hyped for that game, excited for that game, or interested in that game. In regards to I think it's Chaos Gate is what the 40K game you're talking about, or at least I assume that's the one that you're talking about because that's the one that they haven't announced gameplay for yet. And I whenever I see that, I'm just like. That's all I can say. Lump! New hat! Who dis?
New hat, crypt happy.
The Royal Treasurer is tantruming. And beat up one of my dwarves. Caveman crafting. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the Lump using that Prime subscription on the channel once again for a 36th month? I love that people like the happy emote. This is good. You know how Jess was super distressed and upset and mad? She feels repentant after being confined. This is her third long stint in prison, but she feels repentant and is no longer depressed. By the time she gets out of prison, we'll probably be happier than she's ever been before. Finally, our mental beating finally sunk in. You need a chat beer hotkey? Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. How the emotes have a wide range of emotions. Yeah. Yeah. And when you run out of emotions, you just put a blah. Why are you going so far to clean the patient? What? It's an odd place to retrieve a bucket from. Day's going all right, Lump. I woke up this morning at a normal time. Yesterday I fixed my sleep schedule, and by fixing my sleep schedule, I mean I did absolutely nothing all day and napped most of the day, and the only time I was awake yesterday I spent watching the Netflix documentary on 9/11, which was cheerful, happy, fun entertainment for the whole family, I assure you. and being really baked. That was the entirety of my yesterday. It fixed my sleep schedule, though. I went to bed on time, maybe an hour later than I normally would, and woke up on time. So that's good. Yeah, that was my day yesterday. Being very high and watching a documentary about 9/11. It was very good. I'll say that. It was very good. The art of rail is a huge amount of pass. Good luck to them. I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. Every single like TTD-esque game you have to do something unique to actually do well in that space, which is why Voxel Tycoon is actually doing all right, because Voxel Tycoon is kind of mixing it with Factorio. I think they kind of realized that they needed to do more than just, make TTD, because if they just make TTD, then you're going to be compared to TTD. But Voxel Tycoon does more than just being like TTD, so shoutouts to them. I don't know if you've played that, VadTech, but that's Voxel Tycoon. That's like the one train game where I'm like, yeah, this has the potential to be very good. Crow with the 2 years! Damn!
2 years.
15 seconds to make it a hype train. Thank you very much for the 2 years. Welcome back. Not quite. But thanks, Crow. Cheers. Welcome back. Yeah, I've thought about streaming Open TTD actually. It's been a long time since I've played any of the Transport Tycoon games. It's been a long time. God, I'm so happy that this where it feels ashamed and it's coming around. And then suddenly realize it's 12 hours later. Yeah, actually, what happens with Voxel Tycoon is you sit down for 10 minutes and then you realize that the controls are still clunky, so you close it and wait for patches, which is what I've done every time. But every time it gets a bit better. But I really like the visuals of Voxel Tycoon, because it just looks really nice. And I'm in the credits, so I'm definitely biased. I'm in the credits for Voxel Tycoon because I was one of their first Patreon supporters. Just gave them $1 a month to kind of keep an eye on the game. And also they had a early bird reward for the first month of their Patreon when they started a Patreon that was just, hey, if you support in the first month, you just get the game. So I was like, that seems worth it. Hey, yikes, that's awful. I'm sorry, Crow. Well, hopefully you get a break at some point soon. Hopefully you get a break some point soon. Don't need another sign. You've been replaying Mindustry lately? I hear that Mindustry is very good. I heard a lot of good things about Mindustry. Speaking of time wasters, the Patreon voted on the Patreon people voted on Starcrawlers as the Patreon game, which I need to buy. because I don't actually own it. And this was one of the first Patreon picks where I didn't own any of the games that were listed. Which is this? It's got a fucking banger of a soundtrack by Ben Prunty. I've had some people tell me that the learning curve for this game is more of a cliff, which I'm not too worried about. I'm sure it'll be fine. But this is something that I need to pick up to play for this month. A lot of scripting in my industry. Gotcha. I'm playing a lot of Bannerlord. How is that these days? I played like the launch version and for like 15 hours and kind of just made the decision that I was going to wait for a year because it's like, yeah, okay, this is cool, but I'm going to wait until all of the systems actually work, or like half of the systems actually work even. Because when I played it, it didn't feel like even half of them worked. No access to 3 logs. I don't even have access to 3 logs. My ass. Wait, you think my industry is a low effort clicker? Nah. This is a low effort clicker. Okay? My industry, not low effort clicker. My industry requires some think. This is low effort clicker. How the heck would you play a game like that competitively? Also, as somebody who finds factory games unpleasant, like I genuinely find factory games physically unpleasant to play. Playing one competitively just sounds exhausting. Okay, that doesn't count. You can't say it's better than launch if you're using a mod because you're not even playing the game anymore, but fair. Like, you could make that game 500% better at launch just by adding in a couple of mods, but you're no longer playing the game anymore. Competitiveness ruined RimWorld for me. No, I genuinely just think like there's there's 2 types of games for me, right? There's games that I look at and I'm like, this is a challenge that I can achieve and this is fun and interesting to do so. Factory games, I just look at them and I go, this just looks exhausting. Like I find absolutely no enjoyment out of playing them. Like I can play them and I'm pretty okay at them if I play them. Like I played Factorio and I was all right at it. I got decently far into it when it launched into early access. I got decently far into Satisfactory, but I just genuinely find them exhausting. Like I look at a factory game and I just see I have to fucking do that. Whereas I look at like a roguelike or any kind of like base building game and I'm like, ooh, that's fun. But for me, the second I see conveyor belts, I lose all interest immediately. Like that is the quickest way to make me immediately stop caring about a video game is just put conveyor belts in it and I'm out instantly. I just genuinely hate that style of optimization automation gameplay. I do not find it fun. Wait, hold on a second. So you'd play it competitively if you could cheat? Is that what you're saying? CCX, because you say, I'd play competitive if I could make a base building AI for that. That is literally cheating. In my opinion. That's like saying that you'd play Call of Duty competitively if you could use an aimbot. Like, hold on. How is that not cheating? What? There's a scripting option in the game? Okay. Fucking Well, I mean, I'll just add that to the list of reasons why I have absolutely no interest in playing those games ever. You know, generally when you're just like, hey, here's a video game, and here's how you can play competitively, I want to stop playing that video game. Sure, absolutely, but I completely disagree with you that it's not cheating. CCX. Well, sounds absolutely insufferable and no fun whatsoever, Spewer, but you know, you get your kicks the way you get your kicks, I suppose. I've kind of wanted to play some Hell Let Loose for that reason, Crow. That game seems like fun. Just casually, though. Can I ask you a question? Spear, I've stated multiple times that I think that sounds insufferable, and I do not care. Why are we still talking about this? Because I genuinely think that sounds insufferable, and I do not care whatsoever about this video game. Can we talk about anything else? Like, literally, like, that sounds like the worst, least fun, most insufferable thing you could possibly come up with for a video game. So, you know. I've Squad and PR and Hell Let Loose looks super fun. I'm not generally super into shooters, but there's something about the coordination required in Hell Let Loose that looks entertaining to me. Vin gifted a sub to Oofsalot. Oofsalot hasn't been subbed here in a while. Thanks for sniping him back. Vin's just like taking pot shots at people.
Cheese for everyone!
Welcome back to the realms of ad-free viewing. Yes, no, that is totally fair, being preferring to pay for the sounds. But it's still true, you haven't had a Twitch sub in a minute, so now you do. Welcome back. How's the fort going? It's going. One thing at a time. You know. One thing at a time. Trying to get these pump stacks powered, so I'm slowly building up power for it and realizing that I didn't... that apparently I'm out of my stocks of wood, so that kind of sucks. Meaning I get to go clear some more trees out. But, you know, it's okay. We'll do it in small amounts. Just hacking down trees makes the fort laggy for some reason. It's like the one activity that actually lags my fort still. But it is what it is. No, I don't believe you have. Also, I read that last green is grease. I've heard good things about foxholes. I know about foxhole. I've never played running with rifles though. Purple. Purple. According to your sources, I don't think that was ever a surname, actually, Stone. Not deforestation. Just small patches of forest. Don't want to annoy the elves. We value their trading for nuts too much. Purple? Really? I stand corrected then. I don't know. Those persistent world games kind of feel like work to me. I don't really like games that and like kind of the only reason I'm interested in Hell Let Loose is because me and a friend kind of want to play it, so it wouldn't be an on-stream game. But like, when it comes to those persistent world games like PlanetSide, my personality is really not designed for those games because I feel bad if I'm not playing. Like I feel like I'm letting people down. So I've learned that I need to stay away from those large persistent world games. It's kind of the same reason I don't really play the open world survival crafty games is because it's like, yeah, I feel like I'm letting people down if I'm not playing them, and that's bad. That's bad for the old brain. Fort's been kind of laggy today, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why. It was just as of this morning, Fort was a little bit laggy. I really like Crypt Happy with the sunglasses on. That's kind of funny. I played PlanetSide for about 150 hours, so I'm well aware of what PlanetSide is. I mean, PlanetSide 2 and a little bit of PlanetSide 1. But yes, you can. And yes, I did. And yes, we did. So you can disagree with me that it's not exactly persistent, but I'm just stating that that type of game is bad for my mental health. So that's why I stopped playing them. Also, don't ever refer to PlanetSide 1 as PS1 or PS2 because I just... We were talking about acronyms earlier and them making no sense. Stop using them. Just type in the whole thing. Because I don't believe that PlanetSide 1 or 2 was on PlayStation 1 or 2. It might have been, but I don't believe it was. Oh no. I'm sure you'll be fine, Stone. The error has been corrected. You are redeemed. And you don't need to be an asshole, Cursed. I mean, in that regard, I've been trying to change my username for years. But the dude who has twitch.tv/blind won't give his username up, so it's never going to happen. Called Shield Wall? Never heard of it. Must be really small if I've never heard of it. Lump responding to their own comment? What? What the heck is Shield Wall? Well, this looks like Human Fall Flat. Stabby edition. That's what it looks like. It legit looks like Human Fall Flat, but like Stabby edition. I understand the name Shield Wall, though. Cute little plastic toys. Oh, trust me, the like thread system on Twitch is terrible. It's one of the worst things that they've added to Twitch in a very, 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 very long time. I don't understand why people like it. It is so bad. Wait, what? Oh no. Please don't just deconstruct the whole tower. It might deconstruct the whole tower. Because I used the wrong kind of blocks. I used nice instead of gabbro. Yeah, I don't like adding threads and replies to things because the second you add threads and replies, it's no longer a chat room, it's now a forum. And then the second you add upvotes and downvotes to it, you've destroyed your chat room. So I don't understand why a lot of chat rooms have decided that they now need to become forums. It's very confusing to me. AI scenarios range from fuck this is awful experience to wow this is a really satisfying challenge. Sounds like a work in progress. If anything is responded to by fuck this is awful, then yeah. I'll pass. I will pass. I'm very worried that this is going to deconstruct the whole tower. But right now all the dwarves are bringing logs in. Because we hacked down some trees. I saw a landmass in that area and thought that it was New Zealand before Australia. Wait, what? I mean, New Zealand is a completely different looking landmass than Australia, but... I mean, I'll take your word for it, Crow. I've never played it, so I couldn't tell you if that's right or wrong. Doesn't really look like my kind of game to begin with, so yeah. Yeah. So worried about this. Tiny Goliath, do you have masonry? Let's give you masonry. This is gonna destroy the whole tower. And we get to build the whole thing again. Fun. Nope, it didn't. It just destroyed the okay, phew. Phew! I'm so happy. Iron, iron. There we go. Humankind is very fun, but holy fuck, that game doesn't have much to do. And holy hell, it is easy to just, like, completely break. Humankind is a very well polished visual experience, but actually playing that game is meh. I think on the 13th, I'm going to be doing some multiplayer with my team, though, during Kiri's stream. because I would like to try multiplayer, but it's like, I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about Humankind. Very mixed feelings. And I very much hesitate to recommend it to people. Not because I think it's bad, but just because it's like... Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? The other Amplitude games, like, you don't play them because they're the best 4X games. You play them for the lore, the art, and the story, right? Like, they're... Like, Endless Legend. You play Endless Legend to play one game with every race, right? And each race is unique and different and an interesting experience, and they're kind of fun in their own way, and then you move on to the next race, right? It's same with Endless Space, at least Endless Space 2. I never played Endless Space 1. But Endless Space was always a game that, you know, I would play because the lore was interesting and the races were interesting. But they weren't particularly good 4X games. Neither of them are. They're just very, very engaging worlds to mess around in on a okay strategy game. The problem that I have with Humankind is it's not a very engaging 4X game. It's beautifully done, wonderfully written. The music is gorgeous. It's wonderful to look at. But as an mechanical game, it's got more question marks than answers. And it's like, I like it a whole lot, and I think it could be great. It's a hell of a lot better than Civ 6 was at launch, and I think similar to Civ, after a couple of expansion packs, it'll probably be flawless and phenomenal. But it's not there yet for me. And probably won't be there for a while, admittedly. It's a mechanical disaster, and the multiplayer is completely unusable. I mean, the multiplayer is great in Humankind, I'll say that. My main problem with Humankind was there was a point where I was just kind of in first, and I just was clicking next turn, and there was nothing the AI could do to catch up. Like, there was a point where I just kind of won, and I didn't, like, have any chance of not winning for the rest of the game. I just kind of hit that point where it's like, well, I win. And then the rest of the game happened. I wonder how Jess is doing in prison. Excellent. You're going to be a good dwarf now. Oh, well, you guess you win. I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't judge a 4X game based on how good the war is, right? You could have a really bad 4X game with interesting war, and it's a fun game, but it's not. It stops being a 4X game at that point, right? 4X games are kind of about options, and if you don't have options, it's not a very engaging 4X game, right? A good example of this is Gladius, Warhammer 40,000 Gladius. It's a 4X game, but it's really not a 4X game. It's a hex-based tactics game with a tech tree. It stops being a 4X game really quickly when you realize that it's actually just a hex-based tactics game. It's a pretty good hex-based tactics game, kind of masquerading as a light 4X, but it's not really a 4X because it's just like Conquest of Elysium. Like I kind of describe it as a 4X, but it's not really a 4X because like there is no diplomacy, right? And it's easy to make a hex-based strategy game with good combat, but you need other engaging ways to play the game for me to like it as a really good 4X game. Civ 6 has that now, right? Endless Space kind of got there. Endless Legend kind of got there, but not quite to the point that Civ does, unfortunately. You know, Stellaris is definitely there when it comes to being a 4X. But Humankind isn't there yet for me. It's a very solid foundation, but it's not a game I can play for hundreds of hours. Not even close. It's a game I could play for 30, but and maybe put 2 or 3 games into it. But like outside of that, like it's not a game I could play for hundreds of hours at this point. It just needs more. Also, chat, I want you guys to go do me a favor. My teammate, Jess, is now a Twitch partner. Go wish her a congrats, please. Please, if you could do that, that'd be fantastic. I'm gonna unmute her for a second so you're gonna hear her voice in the background.
I gotta make sure I pause this game. Yeah, I did. That's good.
This deserves a pie on face.
Raxel, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community.
Yeah, she's gonna be busy. But I just wanted to say congrats. Holy Jesus. People are gifting a lot of subscriptions. I tuned into Jess's stream, and she went from a level 1 hype train to a level 5 hype train almost instantly. So my teammate just got partnered. So, very happy. It's about fucking time. She's been trying for like 2 years. Also, it's this time, Stone. Heads up. Coke Gaming? Excuse me? What is Coke Gaming? Is that like cloud gaming, but more sticky? Paperwork, yes. Paperwork. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Jesus, I'm just seeing bits after bits after bits. Is it? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I missed that meme. I mean, the internet moves so quickly, memes can come and go on a Tuesday like nobody's beeswax, so. Also, what a time to get partnered, too. During September, when subs are cheaper. Like, she's gonna get a bajillion emote slots. There was some fake Twitch stream on a commercial that was like, oh my god, Coke Gaming, thanks for the 100k bits or whatever. Really? Did you know that you can't cheer 100k bits in a single cheer? The most you can cheer is $500 in bits in a single cheer. 100k bits, that would be what, like $1,000, I think. Seems busy. Got it. Cool. On to the next one. Sorry if I seem kind of absent. I am kind of half watching Jess's stream right now. Can you blame me, though? It's like she's been trying to get Twitch partner for the better part of a year. She's been kind of like hovering, teetering on the edge for the better part of a year, so. Meme context. Okay, hold on. Let me just look at this. With it muted, obviously. Oh, it's 10k bits. Okay, see, that's doable. You know, there's an annoyance that I have, and this is large companies popping into Twitch streams and gifting large amounts of subs. There's something about that just feels really gross to me. You know, like for a while, Cash App was doing that, where they would just like tune into random channels and just like they would just tune into random channels and like gift 100 subs, but they would do it to the biggest channels on the site, and to me that is just the grossest thing you can fucking do, because it's like, like if you want to sponsor a big channel, like sponsor a big channel. Don't fucking gift subscriptions. Like it's abusing Twitch's leaderboard system for the sake of advertising your brand, and I think that's really gross. In what way could that be allowed? They Cash App made a site and made a account and did it. Oh, BRB subbing to Jess. You know, just gotta do that. Okay, done. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. All right, so we're up to here, and there's that. Yeah, the closest thing I think I've gotten to that on this channel is Epion gifting and cheering, because I've been playing Jupiter Hell, but at least he does it on his personal account. He doesn't do it on the Chaos Forge account. If he did it on the Chaos Forge account, I would find that kind of weird, and I would actually ask him to stop. But he does it on his personal account, so I don't mind. I think Jess's bot is having an aneurysm. Yeah, it is super negative. So, and that's what that Coke Gaming stuff is it's just kind of shitty. 5 prickleberries, a ginkgo wood sword, and kilonite blocks, and an iron anvil. That's a nice, modest one. It's a nice, modest one. Also, because I haven't said this enough today, chat, thank you very much to everybody who's, you know, just tuning in and hanging out today. Because I get to have the coolest job in the world because you guys watch me stream. So, thank you everybody for watching me stream. Just, seriously, thank you for hanging out, spending time here, watching the channel, lurking, chatting, yelling. Because of you guys, I get the coolest job in the world. So thanks. All right, I'm gonna just assume that you got this one, Stone, so I can keep playing the video game. At least soaring was small. How large was the council one? Was it like normal size large or not that large? Moving forward. I'm going to do my best to not be distracted by Jess's stream for the remainder of the stream, so I will minimize it. Because I should probably focus on my own stream instead of Jess. Although there is a small part of me that's tempted to just like raid Jess instead, but I should probably just do my stream and actually make it to, you know, year 300 like I wanted to today and still want to and still plan to, damn it. But thanks everybody who went over there and wished Jess a congrats. Pick up stored equipment. Lots of dwarves are getting new clothes, or a few dwarves are anyway. We're going to have a bunch of trading that we need to do in a second, because the dwarves have arrived to trade. Why are they prone? Okay, so when merchants go downstairs with livestock, they're almost always prone when they come out on the bottom. And then them and their livestock crawl to the trading depot instead of walking? Why do they do that? It's something that I've noticed recently. But specifically only when they take stairs. They don't do it with ramps. Gavish says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? Wood. Still wood. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. And Gavish says, farewell, Peter. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. No demands from any royalty. This was baseball in your fourth game. Or watched it since. They spiraled down the staircase? I guess. Like, they just fall over at the bottom, hit their jaws on the ground, and then crawl from there forward. It's just very strange to me. It's just very strange to me. Trading stuff that's close by. You'd be prone to crawling by the end of it. Yeah, totally. I mean, I guess it depends on how steep the stairs are too. You know? It depends on how steep the stairs are too. What if the stairs are just super steep? Oh, you mean like ships where they're actually just a ladder masquerading as stairs? Like they call it stairs, but those ain't no fucking stairs? Is that, because like that's how I feel about ship stairs. Is like those are not that's a ladder, my friend. Like I've seen stairs before, I think, and that is definitely a ladder, not stairs. Yeah, it's like someone like leaned a ladder and like maybe made like the steps in the ladder like stick out a little more, and then they called it stairs. It's like, man, you've never seen stairs in your life if you think those are fucking stairs. I mean, that's not what stairs look like. Here come the rest of the used clothing. But yeah, no, it also kind of reminds me of that stairwell that went viral that was from like Russian student living, if I remember correctly. And there was a bunch of like they had like a security camera by like by the kitchen, which was like right next to these steps, and that then the bedrooms would like fork off at the back. But they just had like this security camera on like the entrance way, and you could sort of see a fridge in the kitchen, and it's just literally like videos from this security camera just kept going viral of like people walking into this student living zone and falling down the stairs because the stairs are like almost vertical. Like they are literally like Disco was saying, like ship stairs, but like there's nothing, no railings or anything. And so people would come in like even remotely tipsy. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. I seem to recall it was just called the Russian stairwell. Yeah, I'm not finding those GIFs. Ah, this is it. This is what it looked like. This is one of the clips from it. But like there's so many gifs of just this, like people walking in and then immediately falling down those stairs. Like, or like just walking straight in through this door and falling off the end there, or like coming around the corner and then just falling down the stairs, or like two people will come in and one of them will be kind of drunk and they'll just both fall down the stairs. Like there's so many gifs of this fucking set of stairs on Reddit. Here you go. There's like one of them. It's like a minute 30 seconds of just that. Just people falling down that staircase. That's another one of those instances of I don't know if I can actually stream that video because I don't know if they sold it to copyright management company. So a second maple bracelet. Hell yeah. Let's add all the water skins to that. I mean, you know, we already sold it to the dwarves, so it's being taken to the mountain home. Nothing else going for them aside from being space efficient? Yeah, that's true. That is for sure true. Does Jess have her check mark yet? I'm refreshing her stream. Not yet. She obviously hasn't filled out her paperwork yet. Jess, you got paperwork to do. Gosh. I definitely did my my partner paperwork on stream the day I got partnered. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other instances of really steep staircases on the internet, but that's like kind of the only one that really comes to mind. It doesn't seem that bad, but it's like a really sudden corner with a drop next to it and no railing. And then add like a drop of alcohol and you're gonna fall down those stairs. That's the actual problem, I think, is like a lot of the people in that video are very drunk. But it's certainly one of those things where it's like you don't really want to slip on those stairs because you will fall. You will definitely fall. Do the paperwork for these 5 new bits of horse cheese, adding the number, which is now 255. So how do you remember the day that you did the first paperwork, Stone? I'm curious as to at what point do we hit 1 year of you doing paperwork? I think the staircase is a small part of the problem. The rest of the problem is that room. Yes, no, totally. I mean, like, there's a lot more going on in that set of videos, but I don't know. When it comes to like kind of classic internet people tripping and falling stuff, that is genuinely a classic. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. All right. We're going to trade the last little bit. Oh, you can have it as a gift. Last little bit of stuff that we have in there. And then that's pretty much it for trading. No trader requested at depot. Dwarves going back to their work. What's funny is Jess got partnered and is in prison in my fortress right now. I actually find this really funny. Jess just got partnered and is currently in prison in my fortress. Oh well. Sorry, Jess, I suppose. Sorry. In 15 days. God damn, dude. God damn. Time flies. Time fucking flies, man. Time fucking flies. I did not think I would be forcing you to keep track of tributes for so long. So thanks for sticking with it. What was the world even like pre-Longdeath? I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to know what to do with my life when Longdeath is done. I mean, I've had some people joke, so that's when you start the sequel, right? And you know what's funny? I just might. Because, like, I won't know what to do. My life will be a lie from that point. It's like the world ended with Longdeath, you know? It's like, how do I even proceed after Longdeath? Longer death. Longer death! So it'd be, too long, too dead? Well, let's... So long, dead Bowser. 5 duck meat. That's some quackery. What did those ducks ever do to them? Gosh. Alright. Sorry. I was definitely watching Jess's stream again. Even the council still has items added sometimes. I mean, there's a lot of items in Dwarf Fortress, so the number of items that they could generate for that faction is pretty high. Considering how many items that aren't actually usable in fort mode show up in those tributes. Yeah, like, their options are pretty varied, frankly. They do actually have a really good variety. Let's also remove that. I don't believe you mentioned the Paradox of Council tributes. What are the Paradox of Council tributes? Does it add more DLC? Sorry, it's impossible to not make that joke. Badgerbone Tapstone. Okay, so how is that a paradox? What about that is paradoxical? Nice. There we go. Perfect. And this will be nice. And that can just be granite. What, the Tapstone? Are you saying that the word Tapstone is linguistically different, Frog for Hire? Because the Tapstone is a generated instrument in this world. So the reason you would never have seen the word Tapstone before is because it doesn't exist outside of this world? Guess this is a pumps from the east. You'll go back to absorbing it? Well, to give you a little bit of education, if you're interested, a Zagug is an instrument that's in this world. That's an artifact. Nakis is one. Zagzug, there's another one. Agilom is another one. Zilar is another one. Keurig is a coffee maker, but also an instrument in this world. Isa is one. Zelar is one. A Nakis, there's another one. Another Keurig, another Nakis, etc. They're instruments. I just think it's funny that we got one called a Keurig. That will never not amuse me, because I do find that very, very, very amusing. Ah, boy. We have an outpost liaison and a royal treasure that are tantruming now. You want a musical coffee maker now? Hold on. Google. Instrument coffee maker. I'm sure someone has made this. This is the internet. Come on. Of course I fucking, the first thing that pops up is a James Hoffman video. I'm not sure this is what you meant, but it has the word instrument in the name. It also is very expensive. Smart coffee brewing instrument. That's very expensive. I kind of want to show this, but it's going to dox my address. Because it's Amazon. Yeah, I kind of can't. That's very expensive. A $600 funnel. With an app, I'll have you know. And a built-in scale, in fact. Ironically, I'm the target audience for this kind of bullshit, but it's a very expensive funnel. But anyway, it claims to be an instrument. I literally just went to Google and typed in coffee instrument, and that's what I got, so. That really is just a $600 funnel, though. Holy shit. I mean, how many times in your life are you going to get an opportunity to buy a $600 funnel? Seriously. How many times in your life are you going to get an opportunity to have such a wonderful device in your possession? Who doesn't want to own a $600 funnel? You know, is it kind of bad that I want to try using that funnel? Like, I want to use it. Like, I don't think I would use that very often, but I would like to use it. I just want to know. As somebody who owns a manual pour-over, I would like to know how that pour-over is any different from a manual pour-over. Although I think it actually is just a manual pour-over, which is even funnier to me. Because I'm looking at it, it just looks like a manual pour-over coffee device, right? Like, you'd put your grounds on the top, your filter in the top, and then you'd filter over top of it, and there you go. But the fact that it's, like, got an app built in, it's like, okay, how did you make a manual pour over more complicated? Like, it's a very simple device. You'd buy lab equipment? Wait, so would you make like the coffee maker from Breaking Bad that the one guy who spoilers makes, where it's like a scientifically perfect coffee maker? The Bripe? Yes, I've seen the Bripe, actually. I have seen the Bripe. More specifically because I watched the James Hoffman review of the Bripe, or the brew pipe, the pipe that makes coffee. Not really. Extremely stupid, yes. Wild, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Is definitely excessively stupid, though. From what I can tell, Jess has gone up by about 100 subs since she got partnered. Does she actually have her tick mark yet? Because you don't get it until you send the paperwork. God damn it. I want to screenshot Jess with a check mark. Also, you have Jess emotes now? Did you get gifted? It's hard not to be. I went and subbed so I didn't get sniped, but I was planning on doing that on payday, but FG and Solantre are just kind of going nuts over there. You'll have more Jess emotes hopefully soon, TM. And animated Jess emotes hopefully soon, TM. I'm just happy for Jess because she was going through what I went through. Does any of you do any of you watching me right now remember like the struggle to get Twitch partner when I was trying to do that? Do any of you guys remember that? Because man, that shit was rough. That was a long like 2 years, I would say, of just like being not quite big enough to get partnered, but also like big enough that everybody thought I was partnered and assumed I was partnered. Those are wagons outbound, actually. Yeah, those wagons are heading out. They headed home. And the Thresher is getting beaten up by my outpost liaison. The outpost liaison that came with those wagons keeps tantruming. Yeah, no, I was like, I got partnered in. I still have the email starred in my inbox. Let's find out. I have to find this email to like give you the exact date, which I need to look up every year. And the reason I need to look at it look into it every year is the reason I need to look into it every year is because I need to do a celebration. But like, now I can't find it. Man, I still have the email that says when affiliates get subscriptions. Yeah, I can't find the email now. I know what day it was, though. Because it was October 29th or 30th. It was one of the... actually, no, it was the day before Halloween. So it was October 30th. 2018, I think. No, I have a billion emails that have Twitch partner in there, so it takes Twitch and the word partner is like not exactly an easy thing to search for in my email. Ah, found it. Yeah, October 30th. 2:05 p.m. 2018 was when I became a Twitch partner. Yeah, 2018 was when I became a Twitch partner. Which was the day after I got back from TwitchCon. So I went to TwitchCon, complained with Twitch staff the entire day that I wasn't a partner, and like got a lot of yeah, we know. Yeah. Like I straight up talked to two of the guys from the partnerships team and asked when I was going to hear back. Because like and they were like, "Well, we're all here, so we'll go back to accepting people when we get home." And yeah, I got accepted my first day back, and like half the people I talked to were in my chat that day. Someone hooked me up? No, they didn't hook me up, but it was very much a like, yeah, we know kind of shit. But it was really annoying because like that was the year that like most of my friends were partners and I wasn't. So like they were all hanging out in the partner booth and I couldn't go in. It was very much a, well, I mean, I'll wait out here, I guess. The convention for me kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. Into late autumn. Yeah, that was a weird year. That was a weird year. To be honest. It was a weird year. But yeah, no, I'll never forget that day because I had about 80 members of Twitch staff in my chat spamming this emote. Who now works, that dude in that emote now works at Stream Elements, if I'm not mistaken. He's a good dude, Chase. He was Twitch's head of PR at the time. Or for a number of years, actually. Like from the launch of Twitch until roughly, I think, 2019. At which point he got a job at Stream Elements. I think he still works there. But yeah. It's just always been the least popular global emote. Like the least used global emote. So Twitch staff spammed that. Toot yourself.
Hayes' toot mercy wing 2 squid 4.
2 squid 4. Got it. Thank you very much. Seriously, for keeping that subscription alive for a 13th month. That's my lucky month. Welcome back, man. It's good to have you around. Good to have you and your crazy accent around. Thanks for hanging out, man. Cheers. But no, I had a pretty good inkling I was gonna get partnered after that TwitchCon. It was just kind of funny. It was just kind of funny, but it's really nice. Now the only unpartnered member of the Twitch team is Sui, so no pressure, Sui. It's just 7 Twitch partners and Sui. Poor Sui. But yeah, no, I still kind of feel like I'm just old via Twitch now, even though like I didn't get partnered until 2018, but I've still to this day, like whenever I see a massive channel that I haven't seen before, I always, because like you know how you click on someone's username, you can see when they made their account. I always pop up their account to see when they made their account. And most of the time, I started streaming years before they did. Almost always. Like I feel like a lot of the biggest people on Twitch kind of get partnered really quickly. Like the people who really stick with it and, you know, get famous often, from what I can tell, kind of pass over that milestone really, really fast. I guess that's also partially why they would have the like inspiration to keep going, I guess, and just kind of keeping at it. Because like something that I found is people who find success really quickly, especially on Twitch, tend to stick with it, whereas people who don't find success particularly quickly don't stick with it as long. I'm building this wrong. Don't stick with it as long, and I think that's a bit of a shame, because there's been so many talented, entertaining broadcasters I've known over the years who just don't stream anymore because it wasn't even remotely financially viable. And I'm one of the lucky ones who, you know, I got you guys, and I maybe this faith is misplaced. Misplaced. Maybe this faith is misplaced, but I kind of have a feeling that you guys will stick with me through thick and thin. I don't know. Like, you guys have kept me here this long. It'd be a shame if we stopped now. You know what I mean? Let's actually cancel that one. I'm scared you're gonna get. Actually, no. If you do get dropped, you'll just land on the stairs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe my faith is misplaced, but don't count your sticks before before the trees hatch. I mean, wouldn't that be counting roots? But yeah, no, we'll have to do some sort of a seed is just a plant egg. I mean, I could seed that idea in my brain. Man, I really wish that outpost liaison would just fucking leave. 'Cause they just keep on punching my dwarves. It's quite obnoxious. Although here's a question. For those of you who've been watching me for more than a couple of months, why do you keep coming back? I know I ask this every so often, but what makes you watch my stream? Like, genuine question. Why do you keep watching me? My sweet seductive voice. Well, at least I got something going for me then. Good question. I don't know. Kappa. Yeah, right at you. The hot dwarf action? I mean, if I spill any lava, it'll literally be hot dwarf action. Also, I just realized there's a dead owl over here, and we have no way of getting to it. I should probably give them a... I'm going to give them a way to get to that owl. Just so that we can remove it, you know? You like the vinyls? Gotcha. It's a chill stream and I'm a chill dude. I'm really chill until I'm not. You got your soul trapped in chat and now you're unable to escape? Well, at least that just means that you will dump all of your money into twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, right? To watch me shit on a person who asked an innocent but not well thought through question. You know, for whatever it's worth, I'm trying to get better at not doing that. So if that's why you watch me, one of these days you're going to stop having reason to watch me. And generally when I do that, it's because I'm in a bad mood. But it's not really an excuse. You tease? I feel bad. TBH. Interesting topics of conversation. Good vibe that allows you to work while lurking. For honestly, about the realities of streaming as a job. Oh, honesty about the realities of streaming as a job. I mean, streaming as a job, even when you are successful, isn't the fucking rainbows and happiness and mass success that some people seem to think it is. But I feel like that's, I don't know. For me, I feel like that's kind of just a given. No more shitting on noobs, dude. I will always be shitting on noobs. I just need to do it tactfully. Although I don't know how you tactfully shit on somebody. Although I kind of tactfully shit on a noob earlier today. Person said something stupid. I asked them politely not to say something stupid. They said the stupid thing a second time, and I banned them. So I guess that was kind of a tactful shit.
The humans offer tribute.
The humans offer tribute. Thanks for the human tribute, human. And the $2. I think you're human. I'm assuming that you were saying that you were human by that. I don't know. Maybe you're human-ish. A human-like being. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $2? Chucked at the stream. Buy one H2O. Also, for those of you on the Patreon, if you read the most recent blog that I put up yesterday evening, or morning, today, I guess, for some of you, if you go have a peek at that, it announces what my next interview is, which I have in the works. I will be announcing it a little bit more publicly once I'm, done recording it so that I actually have the audio and I know it's not going to fall through. But assuming everything works out, we have another interview planned, which I'm aiming to have up and done and finished before I go on vacation in October. But hopefully it'll end up being a bigger scale thing, a little bit more along the lines of that Jupiter Hell interview that I did. Basically what I'm trying to say is bigger than the one that I did about Soul Ash. Bigger than that one is the goal. But regardless, thank you for continuing to watch me after all of these years. I know, and I know I sound like I'm saying things that I say a lot, but there are so many channels that started streaming around the same time I did and, lasted only a couple of years, and it's really nice to kind of be one of the few that has stuck around. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at that. Trying to get better at that, Roadblock. But you also gotta weed out the children. If I don't weed out the children, then this stream will cease being as enjoyable as it is. For the reasons that it is enjoyable. And Vin! Sniping an H2O. Also, because of those 200 bits, we're a minute and 30 seconds off of a hype train, but I think most of the people who would take part in that just spent their entire budget on Jess, which is where they should spend it, so. But, fair enough, Roadblock. Fair enough. And thank you, Vin. Cheers. Helping us get quietly closer to that, big-ish sub-goal. Okay, it'd be cool if we could hit that. I don't really expect to, but it would be cool. I don't really expect to have 700 subs by the end of the month or anything, so. And H2O, thanks for gifting a sub to Roadblock. Cheers. Roadblock, consider yourself roadblocked in place and you can't leave now. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And dwarfs and stuff. Cheers, man. There's a dwarf standing where you shouldn't be. I'm going to stop that so that you stop standing where you shouldn't be. well, that's removed now. Let's do this and cave this in. Because there's actually sand underneath, or clay underneath a lot of these, which is weird. Free is stumbling around obliviously once again. Need to assemble another ballista arrow for the king. We are into winter, meaning we are at year 299. Also, this means tomorrow I get to release the save file for Longdeath, which will be fun. But yeah, guys, thanks for all the gifted subs and the bits and things. Also, worth noting, I have this little command in the title, but I will be gone from October 8th to October 11th for a short vacation. Not going super far, just going over to Vancouver Island for a couple of days with a friend. I need to get away from this apartment for a bit and disconnect from the internet, you know? But, so, all of the gift subs and the bits, and I have a little tip goal as well, running quietly only on the record screen, but, all of that stuff goes a long way right now because, you know, trips are not cheap. We'll be staying probably an Airbnb or a hotel or something. So, trips ain't the cheapest. Big believer in vacations here. I hope so. I need to disconnect from the internet for a little bit. Been kind of burnt out for a while, so. Being kind of burnt out for a bit. I agree with that, bot. Support the channel directly. Not entirely sure, but kind of has to do with mature discussions. I like that I've kind of gained this value to people that I'm not your average Twitch stream. You know? Like that's the one thing you could really say about my channel is I'm not your average Twitch channel. You know what I mean? It's like I've had a few people say similar things to that recently. Oh gosh. The window was toppled by the outpost liaison. Come on, man. Have some fucking class. Oh my god. Is it gonna happen? Are you or somebody else gonna fall off the edge? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Because I can't... That outpost liaison has diplomatic immunity, so I can't put them in prison, unfortunately. As much as I would love to, I literally can't. But yeah, no, I've had a couple people tell me recently that they went through and left a lot of Discords and unfollowed a lot of streamers, but I was one of the few that they kept. And I think that's, I don't know, it's kind of an honor, but also I feel like I'm constantly in that list of people that, of channels that people drop, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm also pretty high up in the, yeah, I don't need this one unfollow list as well. So, you know, I guess you hear it when people choose, to not unfollow, but you don't hear why people unfollow very often. There's actually like, so some of you might have seen this before. When you go to unsubscribe from somebody, Oh geez. This actually happened a couple times recently where, or not recently, but Twitch has this thing when you unsubscribe from somebody, it says, is there a reason you're unsubscribing? And it usually says something like, oh, like you have like one of like 3 or 4 options to say why you're unsubscribing, and one of them will be like, oh, because of you didn't have financial problems, bad interaction, just not watching anymore, they stopped streaming. Like there's like a little survey thingy that you can fill out if you unsub from somebody. And for their Twitch is testing like exposing the metadata of that to streamers. So it's like reasons people unsubscribed in the past year, and I'm really curious as to what mine would be. From what I can tell, like almost the majority of it for the people who have that feature say that it's almost always just financial reasons. I wonder. I'm irreplaceable. You could say that about most people. I actually, you could say that about all people. Every person is irreplaceable because every person is unique, right? Which is most always the case. Yeah. I usually just don't fill it out. I vehemently disagree. You can replace a hole in your life with a different person, but you can't replace a person. Like, you can replace somebody with a different person, but that's not replacing a person. They are not the same person. They are a different person. Which is just the I prefer not to answer option, I suppose. H2O. Prefer not to answer. But I don't know. Subscriptions are weird now with regional pricing. With your competitor or other sweaty method of game trying to improve, so watching a bad game player, I suppose, makes you hate watch? Yeah, Twitch has regional pricing. Subs are cheaper in certain territories. There are so many words that make me want to just ignore that statement, Roadblock. I'll say this. People talking the way you do give me the same sort of feelings that you'll get literally banned from Twitch if you do that, Con. So I wouldn't recommend that. And if you support that or promote that in my channel, I will ban you. Yeah, the way you type that out, Roadblock, hurts me. In, I guess, the way that you would hate watch people on Twitch. When did Twitch become this 1984? I'm going to do this in a Jeopardy sense. When did Amazon buy Twitch? But you understand why regional pricing exists, right? It's so that countries with lower currency values can afford the same perks for a similar cost, not so that asinine fucks in richer countries can go use their VPN and get cheaper shit. So don't be a cunt and pay the amount that you want, or don't pay for it. Don't be a cunt about it. Maybe it's stated wrong? Well, you said, I cringe so hard at bad game sense players. Think it has to do with my competitive, or rather sweaty method of gaming. Trying to improve, so watching a bad gamer, game sense in brackets, kind of makes me hate watch in a way. Winky face. Think about what you said. I've been playing with monsters and with monsters and invasions off for a while to get better at the hang of things. Yeah, fair enough. Finally got bored and turned them on immensely. Immediately, a giant weird deer popped up and took out 10 to 15 dwarfs. Whee! Sounds like a good time. Fucking hate Mondays, eh? And who's being an asinine fuck about it, Gonbergan? Well, you know, using words like gamer and cringe just make you look like a, well, that. You said it yourself. Mm-hmm. Well, I literally stated don't promote the use of VPNs to get around payment structures because all it does is fuck over people who need that to exist. Benefiting from things that are given to countries with poor currency values is the most shitty fucking thing you can do. So, you know. And Amazon in this case will know because they do have your data even if you don't use Amazon. You fuckers give me anxiety. All right. I'm talking about the initial statement. And then you stated that that would usually be you, stating that you would usually do that, thus continuing the subject. Not, you know, walking back your statement or changing the subject or making any effort. Instead, you are continuing to promote. Well, I don't want to stare at that last message, thanks. All right, let's move this ladder up. Move this ladder up. Don't like that that boulder's in there. I was hoping they would remove it the other direction. As somebody who makes a living on the internet, I'm very sensitive to the sort of thing that people do when they step into the world of promoting things that do nothing but hurt businesses for places that can't afford otherwise. I deleted that, yes. I deleted that last message myself. I clicked the delete message line because I didn't want to stare at what you said. But I am extremely sensitive to people nonchalantly joking and gawking about doing things that directly takes money out of streamers' pocket, right? So if you enjoy this stream, would you nonchalantly joke about trying to get one over on paying me less money? Who does that benefit? What does it do aside from just simply make you look like a piece of shit? Really? Like, that's all that it does. And I'm trying to make it clear that it's not funny or appreciated. Yes, Gun. That's how regional pricing works. That's how it works for Steam. That's how it works for Twitch. That's how it works on itch.io. I don't think that's how it works on Epic, because to my knowledge, Epic still doesn't support multiple currencies. So it's literally a thing that impacts my financial security, and you're nonchalantly joking about it. All right? Nope. It's just business. We get the same split of the whatever the currency value is, right? And it might seem ridiculous, but that's the industry standard for this sort of thing. It's the same for YouTube. If someone joins a YouTube channel at whatever tier in a currency that's worth less than the US dollar, they will pay the equivalent for their region, and the person will get the same split. That's how it works everywhere. So you say something shitty and asinine, and I'll make sure that you know. Trying to make a point of being negative to others, so this time you'll try and stay on point in what you actually wanted to. You came to my channel because you asked us to play Div, and you seemed highly proficient and experienced. Well, I'm experienced. Fair enough. Well, I've been asking you to change the subject, Gun. Admit that you were being a dick and talk about something different. And all you're continuing to do is talk about the same subject. I tried this the last time you were here, actually, with your desire to read things that you'll never actually read, that you would never actually care about, but are just mad because you can't access it, and won't ever access it. And at the end of the day, you're continuing this subject. After being asked to change the subject, and after I literally bonked a message out of existence from my chat, hoping that you would change the subject, and just kind of admit that you're being a dick, and you're continuing to discuss the same subject. So my question to you is, what is your point? What is your end goal here? Like, just move to a different subject. I'm literally trying to do anything I can to change the subject. And you're refusing to listen. This is very frustrating. Noms on poutine? How's the poutine? Did you end up napping, Basta? Current danger? My own dwarfs? This is Longdeath. If you knew anything about Longdeaths, you would know that there isn't really much in the way of danger. I might be the guy with the most hours in DF ever. I know for a fact that is incorrect, because I'm pretty sure Cupo has like twice the hours streamed that I do. What kind of a question is that? Who's your best or worst dwarf? It's almost like dwarves are different and unique. They're really interesting. Poutine is awesome. Good to know. I feel like you eat poutine every day, Basta. I might be a person with close to the most hours in a single fort. Give me another 300 years in this fort, and yeah. How long it'll be before Dwarf... well, I mean, Steam hours on games are very inaccurate because it's super easy to just leave a game running. Like, Steam games always will have, like, an artificially inflated number. The worst dwarfs are the ones who are dead? Probably, or expelled. Vampires are the worst? I mean, we do have a vampire in the wall. He's berserk and has been berserk for like 150 years now. He just lives there. Okay, well, I don't have an answer for that question. How's that gone? The worst dwarf is probably the dwarf that's in the wall, but even that dwarf may have a use in the future. I don't have an answer for the best dwarf. You're asking me to choose between my friends. That's mean. Couldn't do that. Are wall vampires still good accountants? Well, that one is like brain dead, so no. That one isn't. Theoretically, they can be. The problem is like their mood just slowly degrades over time. So it's almost impossible to keep them happy in the long term unless you have like a fully snapped and recovered vampire. So it's really hard to keep them happy in the long term. So running a vampire fortress is actually really difficult because like they need blood, and without blood their mood slowly degrades, and because they don't get the mood boost of drinking alcohol unless you force drink them alcohol, which is very difficult to do and doesn't always work. Their mood will just slowly degrade until they go insane, which is what happened to that one. Mayors don't work. And they will never work, and they will start wars. If you have a mayor that is separated from the rest of the fortress, if you have any depressed dwarves, they will try and visit the mayor and cry on them, because depressed dwarves want to cry on the mayor, because that's the person who's in charge, which is Dwarf Fortress's form of therapy. So they will go and yell at and complain to the mayor. But if they can't get to a mayor, then it gives them a massive mood debuff. So if you have a mayor and you lock them away from the rest of the fort, it's like almost sentencing your fortress to inevitable demise because you won't be able to recover any dwarves from being depressed. It's something that I see people do quite frequently, and it always makes me sad because it's like, yeah, it's never going to, you're just going to have a slow descent into destruction. Also, speaking of slow descent into destruction, a baby was born in the fortress who's the daughter of Bluewater and Tiny Goliath, who recently got married. Audio, what up? How are you? Hey, hi. Jess got partnered. Go congratulate her. Just need to, there. Go congratulate her. She got partnered. Anyway, does anybody want this brand new baby dwarf? This brand new baby girl, even. Brand new baby girl. Oh, hell yeah. Good stuff. Audio. I went and resubbed, which I was planning on doing anyway, because cheap subs, but... yeah, that was me who did the community post. Glad to know it worked. Someone saw it. I kind of figured most of the people in the Discord would already be watching her, but... Almost all your forts just died to goblins? Goblins are a pretty tough thing to get over if you're not experienced at building defenses. Fortunately, there's many Rube Goldberg machines that are indestructible. It's not been 50 years yet. Yes, this is true. Tygo, have you had a dwarf in a while? I could give it to Tygo. Are you currently in the fortress? I know that you had a dwarf. Because I know that you had a dwarf, and I thought that that dwarf died, like, a while ago. Yeah, you don't currently have a dwarf. So if you would like it, you could have Tygo the Second. Because it's been a while. But, unless they have trolls, and then you've been bamboozled. Haz. So this is Tygo Zwar the Second. She is the daughter of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath, and is the worshipper of Onal and a casual worshipper of the god of, like, death and disease, and casual worshipper of the god of death and disease. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed, and her nose bridge is concave. Her somewhat tall ears are somewhat narrow, and her nose is her hair is a crew, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She likes sandstone, copper, red zircon, plum wood, and pond turtle shell. And the color taupe, gray, and armor stands, and large gems, and gorilla men. Wait, no, and gorillas for their strength. You know, we were talking about gorillas earlier, and I would have learned today anyway that gorillas exist in Dwarf Fortress. She personally doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art. Well, obviously because she's a baby, and obviously because she's a baby. She is trusting because she's a baby, and she could be considered rude because she's a baby. And she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things because she's a baby. And she prefers to present herself modestly because she's a baby, and is probably wrapped up in some sort of bundle thingy. She finds obligations confining because she's a baby. Thus, she cries a lot. And she is conflicted by this since she believes in the importance of the rule of law. Mom says no cookie. Can't have cookie. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, such as helping mom bake cookie, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Obviously, because mom keeps giving her cookies. Shoutouts to New Baby, who says, Maba. Mada? Mada. That's kind of like, Mada! Hey, it's Mamada! Shoutouts to Blue Water, who feels adoration after giving birth to a girl. 115 years old. Hell yeah. And you have 8 children. Jesus Christ, you have 8 children? Huh. Well, that's a lot of kids. New Dwarf be like, I like gorillas. There must be gorillas in DF. I've learned a lot of animals exist in Dwarf Fortress because, like, a random baby's like, I like this animal. And I'm like, that exists? It's happened a couple of times, actually. Like, random, like, baby dwarf will be born and will just be like, I like this thing. I'll be like, that exists? Like, that's how I learned pandas existed in DF, was because a baby was just like, likes pandas for their fluffy coats, I think. But I was just like, there's pandas in Dwarf Fortress? I had no idea. I played this game for like 2 years before I learned that there was pandas in Dwarf Fortress. Apparently Avorion is 2.0 is out. Although I don't know if it's out or if it's in beta yet. But if it's out, we might need to play some of that. I mean, why would any were creature wipe your fort out? If a were creature wipes your fort out, you don't know how to play Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, they tend to go extinct because their food doesn't grow fast enough, right? Stone, if I recall correctly. Can you actually queue up engravings for armor? I don't think you can. No, you can size them, but you can't engrave armors. Where creeps... actually, your boy Muggy, here's the thing. Where creatures wiped some of my forts out until I learned that if you lock the door, they can't get inside. Or in the case of this fortress, where the fortress is actually just too big so that if they spawn at the edge, they just won't even make it into the fort by the time they stop being a were creature. You can decorate armor with gems, but not with images. Unless it's an artifact. So an artifact could theoretically have an image of something on it, but that's randomly generated and you have no say in that. But you can like encrust them with gems or wooden studs or metal studs or any of that sort of stuff. But you can't like inscribe images on armor, I don't think. And I mean, maybe there's some modded way to do that, but not that I'm aware of. No, then you're just, like, poorly managing your fort, Gun. Like, straight up, you're just poorly managing your fort at that point. Gotta get them through security first. My old dwarves and children. Ironically, that's technically a bug where creatures aren't supposed to show up in your fort. It's technically a bug. Are they war trainable or just trainable? I mean, most creatures are trainable, but are they war trainable? Although you could make them more trainable by editing one file and changing one letter. I wonder if it's like how hard it would be to implement teaching gorillas wrestling. Because I'll bet you gorillas would make for amazing wrestlers. And war? Okay. Well then. The dreams of guerrilla warfare could actually be a thing. When there was a bloodbath, I mean, he must have been a famous musician. I once had a elf come and visit my fort, and their title was Elven Lasher Criminal Vampire. It was the most awkward, like, 15 minutes of gameplay in my life because it was a brand new fort. And I like, turned off visitors in the tavern and just let it, like, hang around outside. We had no military or anything. And it just, like, hung out for a bit. And then went and talked to my mayor and asked to join the fort. And I said no, and it left. It was, like, the most awkward, like, like, I don't know, roughly 15 minutes. Like, it didn't eat any of my dwarves, but I was just staring at the thing going, like, are you going to eat? Like, to this day, I don't actually know if, like, visitor vampires can hurt your dwarves. Elephant men are pretty good at wrestling? Yeah, well, that's, like, the meta, right? The OP meta. You want the overpowered DF thing. Can I be in your fort? I just want to nibble on your ear a lot. Just a lot, you know? Just really, really, really want to bite your ear off. You don't need that, right? Just occasional massive amounts of blood loss. Yeah, Batman, not to be confused. No, actually, they're Batmen, not to be confused with the Batman. My favorite part about Dwarf Fortress is if you disable disguises, they just show up as suited nobles, which is very funny. Also, that comedian that if you are in combat with Batmen, they will automatically attack whoever has the highest comedian trait, which is one of my favorite little random Easter eggs that no one will ever notice in Dwarf Fortress, but is in Dwarf Fortress. So if you're fighting with a squad of Batmen from the deep caverns and they're shooting their little darts at you, was it just one? Yeah, it was just one. They're shooting their little darts at you. If somebody has a high comedian trait, they're in trouble. Also stupid, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. So how's your day been? You're stupid. Hope you had a good weekend. Also, sorry for ending the stream like literally right as you tuned in the other night. I was just like dozing off in my chair and I was just like, I should really turn the stream off and go to bed. And like right as I did that, like Animal came back from his break and Stupid tuned in and I was like, that did bad. I feel bad. Doing okay? Good to hear that you're doing okay. It's not dark in here in the slightest. It's a trick of the camera. That's audio foam. If I turn the above headlight on, the mystery gets a lot less interesting. It's an aesthetic. It's actually well lit in here. Or rather, there's lots of sunlight coming in from outside. If I turn on this camera, it's more believable. See that? Well, that's my light, my lamp, but also behind the lamp you can see like glow coming in from outside. You know, it's just that. So, also shout-outs to the Eiffel Tower, I guess. Hey, outlets. Bad cable management. Galore. And a rat. Well, this is so that I can tell people I play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. You know? Isn't that how everybody plays DF? It's with a literally, I spent $20 on a plushie rat to make a joke. that's who I am. Yeah, that's legit who I am. Although I have two ways to respond to the question of how do you play DF, and it's with a computer and and a screen is response number 1, and with a mouse is response number 2. Only uses keyboard? Yeah. 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 Alright, let's get more machines running down here. So I learned the other day that PAX West apparently happened this year, which I think is kind of insane, all things considered. But like, I opened up Twitter for a few minutes the other day and realized that, PAX West happened. It's pretty slow for some reason whenever I do construction work down here, but generally it's about 60-ish, or pretty close to. It's usually in the high 50s. But for some reason, it's slow when I do construction down here. I think it's just because the way the pathing ends up working out. Like, it slows down quite a bit when I do pathing down there, but usually it's in the high 50s. Like, it's running kind of slow right now, but it'll speed up. But generally, the frame rate is fine. It's perfectly playable. The worst is when there's a lot of buzzards in the sky. Doesn't look like we have right now. But when there's a lot of buzzards in the sky, the frame rate will drop down to about 25. But still playable. Yes. Specifically the bottom one. Because now we have like fire imps and shit. And those do impact it a bit. But once I sealed them off, they're not that bad. It's more of a concern with the dogpiling of corpses. Not a streamer PC? You don't need a streamer PC to get good frame rates on Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress will run well on anything if you set it up correctly. It's just a matter of setting it up correctly. Every time you say XD, I lose 10% of my respect for you. Just saying. Maybe not 10%. Maybe 6. But every time you say an intelligent sentence, you gain some of that respect back. So as long as you like balance out your XDs with intelligent sentences, I'm fine. So what you're saying is every year you post XD more because you're old? It's like, I'm old too, but I don't post XD. Because I'm not 12, by the way. Hmm? Yeah, no. DF needs clock speed. You still get worse. Whatever works for you. £1 free 1 pound bag of peanuts. Ooh. Don't read the calorie counts of peanuts. Just enjoy them. I have a hard time enjoying nuts and peanuts now that I've read the calorie counts on those things. And I'm not even like dieting at all. I'm trying to gain weight. Although I've kind of achieved that. I've gone up to 61 kilos or 135 pounds. Which I'm quite happy with. Actually like a relatively healthy weight. Also, spring's arrived. I don't know what you're gonna die of. That's for you to worry about and me not to know. Copious amounts of pasta seem to have done it. Wave depletion. I like doubled my pasta intake. Yay for pasta, pretty much. Also, it is the 1st of spring. We are 1 year away from year 300. And I don't believe anybody has died of old age. Maybe some livestock has. And we got a human who's beelining with stuff to the tributes pile. But yeah, the only person who has any control over that is you. Gone. It's a bit of a bigger one for them, I'd say. An alpaca wool cape? We can't even make capes. Difficult to get tomatoes from Italy when you're in Canada, so I have a feeling it would probably, you know, cost way too much in fossil fuels to fly them over here. So that seems like a horrible waste of resources when I could get fresh tomatoes from my mother and her greenhouse, which is what I do. Also, I'm generally vegan and don't really eat shrimp. So the real trick to pasta is make it yourself and don't be an ass. Make it the way you like it. Who fucking cares if you get your tomatoes from Italy? As somebody who's literally on the other side of the planet from Italy. This is a problem. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I am going to just disassemble this fountain. Because this thing is way too fucking dangerous. I don't know why suddenly this fountain, after running for like 100 years, suddenly became super dangerous, but it damn near just killed Stone and Abe. Fortunately, it's not actually deep enough to drown them right now. Yeah. I mean, she's fine. But they fell through the floor. I make my own pesto for whatever that's worth. But quit being a food elitist. Sheesh. Yeah, there goes another one. There's something about Europeans that will never cease to bother me when they insist that in order to have food properly, you have to get it from the respective country that that food was, like, conceived of in. It bothers the ever-living crap out of me because it's like, oh, so you would rather, instead of me going for something local and organic, in order to do it properly, I have to ship from Italy? That doesn't seem even remotely sustainable. Or wise. In what world does that seem like a good idea? Like, the hell? Why the fuck would I do that? When, you know, I could get it from a local farm. That's amazing. Wave depletion. No, I mean, I'm in Canada, right? But it's like, I can just... Like, there literally is an all-organics farm that's, like, maybe a 10-minute bus ride from me. And it's like, I can go there and buy fresh produce every Tuesday. Because they have a little farmer's market every Tuesday. And I could literally just go there, get brand new fresh produce from an organic farm with, you know, the best possible offerings. Or I could listen to the food elitist here and get my tomatoes from Italy for some reason. Well, this whole thing's flooding now. Gotta do what you gotta do, though. I didn't know that. The more you know, pilot. Yeah, I don't know. Food elitism is something that really kind of irks me a little bit. It's like, just get the food that you like from a place that's local, and everybody benefits. If you're not doing that, nobody's benefiting. All right, well. Yeah, we need to restrict the flow all the way down this thing. Your mother will eat more honey in the spring for that reason. Huh. Yeah, no, I mean, this is my first time ever hearing about that, but that's interesting. That is interesting. So yeah, I need to restrict the flow of this. Very much so. Let's try this. Let's get that squad training again. Hopefully now in safer spots. Problem is now I've, like, gutted my power supply. Or what I was going to use as my power supply. So I will need to fill this up again. Now, does this connect anywhere where they can get out? Yes, okay. Let's see, can someone come construct that, please? But yeah, no, that's kind of crazy that, like, local honey can Help with allergies. I had no idea. It's interesting. Oh, of course you canceled it. Because you fell in the pit. The wall is partially constructed. We just need someone to, like, go there and construct it. I mean, it makes sense. I just never thought about it, you know? Like, genuinely, that's all it is. It's like, it makes sense as to why it would work that way. It's just, I never really thought about it. Well, at least that shouldn't fill up anymore, so we should be good. I don't know, I don't eat a lot of honey, so... Uh-oh, elves are here to trade. Well, this is a strange place. Yeah. I mean, it does. It's. I actually don't agree that it's weird, Stone. It's more like it's more just interesting to think about. Less weird. Weird is the wrong word. I wouldn't say that it's weird. It's more like, huh? That's a logical, makes sense jump. You know what I mean? Calling it weird implies that it is strange. It's not. I don't think it's strange. Like it's a perfectly logical thing that I never thought about. So a perfectly logical thing that I never thought about, I don't really consider to be weird. Oh, you're talking about your speech. Oh, I thought you were still talking about bees. I should read the whole sentence before I respond, shouldn't I? that would help. That would help. May help. How do I know that you're saying help there? Because I could read that as kelp. Or Yelp. Maybe you're saying that that may Yelp. Maybe you need to go check Yelp to see if this restaurant is good. Or maybe you're like really shorthand talking about Michael Phelps. Although I don't know why anybody would be talking about Michael Phelps in the current year because he had the audacity to smoke a weed once. Probably not once, but he had the audacity to. Did he get up to other things? I don't know if I should be defending Michael Phelps. I just know that he smoked the weed once and then got like ostracized and had all of his medals removed. No Reed, only Zool. Implies the dropped H. I mean, what if you're implying a dropped K? Or a dropped Y? How do I know that you're implying a drop? I'm just, I don't know, giving you a weird hard time. One whole weed. Yes, he had one whole weed. Although I don't know. Did he get up to more shit? I genuinely don't know. It'd be elp and it'd look off. I mean, even with the dropped H, it still looks off to me. Because they're just people too. Yeah, and people just want to smoke one whole weed, you know? I'm pretty sure that was all. Hold on, let me. Legal issues. Okay, so he got a DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol. Got fined $250 and was ordered to speak to high school students about drinking and driving. In February 2009, a photograph of Phelps using a bong went viral. This resulted in the loss of his Kellogg company of the Kellogg company as a sponsor, as well as a 3-month suspension from the USA swimming team. Phelps admitted that the photo, which was taken at a party at University of South Carolina, was authentic, and he publicly apologized for saying his behavior was inappropriate. And apparently he got another DUI in 2014 for speeding in Baltimore, and was suspended from all swimming competitions for 6 months. And he has not been chosen to, and then got booted out of the Olympics in 2015, and doesn't seem to have swum since. And now it seems like he's just a philanthropist. Yeah, don't drink and drive, kids, but using a bong shouldn't be a crime. Come on. Fucking grow up. He smoked. He should have smoked Kellogg. Yeah, if that maybe that bong was full of Kellogg's cereal. We'll never know. God, could you imagine that being a? Yeah, no, drinking and driving is kind of fucked up. But could you imagine being like in university and then later joining an Olympic team and being like, "Hey, here's a picture of you in university from a couple years ago, smoking a bong." Welp. What about Rice Krispies? Getting your head all nice and crispies. I would say it's still pretty reprehensible gun, regardless of special licenses. And you get away with drunk driving and manslaughter repeatedly? Which billionaire are we talking about here? I genuinely don't know, which is why I'm asking. It sounds like you're talking about somebody in specific, and I have no idea who you're talking about. Oh, Mars is in M&M's. Because my brain went to Elon Musk, and I was like, I don't think Elon Musk has had any DUIs. What? Okay. Now I'm curious. Especially if you mean, like, Mars is in the, like, chocolate bar brand. Just waiting for all of this water to drain. It's going to take a while. I'm going to say this. That's fucking moronic, Gun. I didn't know that, but add that to the list of reasons why you should literally never practice religion. Wonderful. You know, I never really did like Mars bars. She even looks insufferable. Neat. Thanks for sharing, Frog. I don't need to hear any more about this, or you're just gonna piss me off, Gun. There's a lesson that you really need to learn about talking with me, and it's when I don't like a subject, fucking stop. Because, like, genuinely, I'm just gonna get really fucking mad if you keep talking about that, because that is disgusting. Genuinely fucking disgusting. It's not funny, it's not amusing, it's not cool, it's disgusting. That is all. No, it's not a part of Canadian accents. And even if you did have the accent, most people wouldn't type it. You know, to remove any possible confusion, right? I mean, as far as happier news goes, how about this? Here's some happier news. Have fun. For those of you who haven't seen that. Oh, trust me, there's happiness in that. It's the reason for the lawsuit. The reason for the lawsuit isn't happy, but it's what it's the reason they are countersuing. That is really fucking awesome. TLDR, the Satanic Temple, which is not to be confused with the Church of Satan, is suing the state of Texas for banning abortion medicine because it is their legal right to continue doing ritual abortions. So instead of like, you know, the standard like, yo, it's like standard right. No, they want to keep doing like how it's locking them out of their religious freedoms of having ritual abortions. As somebody who is theoretically a member of the Satanic Temple because I signed up for their newsletter, which is literally all you need to do in order to join the Satanic Temple, I will promote them and their antics from here to hell and back forever. I gave $5 to the original GoFundMe to put a satanic statue on the grounds of the White House. And I will continue supporting them as long as they exist because they are a fantastic group of people with a fantastic sense of humor and good taste in death metal as well. Are you saying that the Satanic Temple reminds you of the Flat Earth Society? You must know nothing about the Satanic Temple then. You must know absolutely nothing about them. They're essentially like, I don't want to say a bunch of trolls, but it's the first time I've seen the majority of Americans go, well, that's bullshit. Yeah, it kind of is. Although I think they say that every single time the internet gets slower as well, so. Or every single time, like, any of the major internet providers in the States opens their mouth, most of the States goes, well, that's bullshit, but... I don't think fascinating is the word I'd use. Because I don't believe I could use the word fascinating about any anti-abortion law. Absolutely. A depletion. Like they're more of a justice group than a proper religion. Like they are labeled as a religion so that they can practice as a religion and push the causes that they believe in as a religion, but they're not really a religion. Like calling the Satanic Temple a religion is kind of like calling my stream a religion. It's not really a religion. It's more of just a unifying idea to, as Wave Depletion said, be satirical and promote positive social causes. Yes, except the Pastafarians don't get anything done, right? And because they are a joke religion based on a joke, you're never going to get very far. Whereas if you base a religion on the opposite of one of the most popular religions, you'll actually get somewhere and actually be able to get something done. And they do on a frequent basis. But do some research about the thing before you write it off as nothing. Yes, but nobody takes them seriously. When you say that you're a satanic religion, people take you seriously because Satan is scary to Christians. Like, yes, you can get things done with a joke religion for sure. But if you name it after something that genuinely scares some people for some reason, that gives you more leverage than you ever would have. Than, you know, having kind of a racist name. Uh-oh. What does my mayor want? Flask? Why didn't you make a flask? I'm not out of charcoal, am I? Let's put that up to the top. Looks like we're out of charcoal. I would say it's more fighting fire with fire. Why is that a worst and also educational moment? Really? I didn't actually know that. It's probably just a bunch of black metal, I would assume. Pilot? Or is it like some sort of manifesto? Because I might actually buy that. I would buy that. Why not? I didn't actually know that. Somehow I missed that. Depending on how much it is. I don't know, you're in an ultra-Christian state and having what some Texans would assume to be parts of the Middle Ages. First, you hope that you'd grown more as a species? Wait, what do you mean, H2O? It's enough like other religions that it's hard to write a definition of religion that excludes the Satanic Temple without excluding a lot of other religions. Yes, so that they can actually get shit done. Is that Quicksilver? Like I said, they kind of do. Oh, I see what you mean. H2O. I see what you mean, but I don't know. I would lean to believe that they'll probably have some pretty good luck. I mean, here's the thing. Even if that lawsuit doesn't go through, right? It's getting some press and it's getting buzz. And honestly, anything that points at that banning and makes them look dumb, even if it's only brief and doesn't last very long, my opinion, anything is kind of a good thing, if that makes sense. Like anything that, yeah, like you were just typing apparently, like any kind of negative press, even if it just gets brushed off and ignored, in my opinion, is a good thing. And also it's, you know, fun to laugh that they're actually suing a state over wanting to do abortion rituals. I can't get over how silly that is. And the fact that they have to take it seriously. I love it. It's just, it's the kind of, it's the kind of serious trolling that I can get behind. Yeah, there's a documentary about that called Hail Satan with a question mark. Hail Satan? Yeah, no, they're good people. And as someone who really likes heavy metal, they also have good taste in music. Yeah, here's the Wikipedia page on that. I think it got run over by a truck almost immediately. Apparently it's in Salem, Massachusetts now. But yeah, I helped fund that on Indiegogo, I think. Maybe it was a GoFundMe. I actually can't remember. But they needed $30,000 to build the statue. If you're seeing stutter, yeah, just refresh the stream. Man, is it bad that I want to do a stream supporting this? Is it bad that I want to, like, just fundraise for them? I like how the options are $10, $25, $50, $100, $666, and $6.60. That's great. That is great. Do you try to stay off of lists of people? Do you have an idea how many lists I'm on? Like, come on. No, I'm like actually just wondering if I could contact them. Oh, are you now a known list of associates that are supporting the Satanic Temple? They have a good newsletter. I'd recommend signing up for it. Just joined. Welcome. One of us. I mean, not really, Frog, but... I mean, I've definitely Googled like how to build a nuclear bomb before out of bored curiosity. So yeah, no, I'm on every list. I guarantee you I'm on multiple CIA lists probably. It sounds like the start of one of those meme posts where it's like, I've trained in so and so many countries and gone to war so many things. I'm this Navy SEAL and I have 136 confirmed kills. Except it's like I'm just on all of these fucking like I googled weird shit lists because I've definitely googled a lot of really weird shit. There we go. Nobody went to prison. Excellent. I've imported a bong from Germany. I'm probably on some weird lists. Yeah, and you know what? That's kind of why I don't give a shit, Gun. It's kind of why I don't give a shit. I used to have somebody who watched this stream who claimed to work in Homeland Security in the States who would sometimes talk about this sort of stuff, which I always thought was very interesting. Because he shipped glassware to Pennsylvania. I live in Canada where weed is legal, my friend. And I paid the necessary import fees. So I am all in the clear. Also, it's ceramic, not glass. But that sucks. It was very vague, but it was always the general kind of, oh, everybody is too like, because sometimes we talk about conspiracy theories here for funsies because conspiracy theories are fun to talk about, and it was always kind of the, yeah, that would never happen because we're way too disorganized kind of shit. It's like, yeah, no, there's no way in hell like we could actually pull that off because people like pre-internet, yeah, maybe, but like post-internet, nah, people would figure it out in minutes. Was usually how it always kind of went. It's been a while since he swung by though. Like one of the last times he was here was early COVID, so like the beginning of the pandemic, and it was kind of a we were talking about that someone mentioned the obvious conspiracy theory of like, oh no, the government's making it up to control you. Yada. I'm like, well, all he said was anybody who believes that has never worked in any kind of management position ever, because humans are, albeit very intelligent and powerful, way too fucking disorganized and way too fucking self-confident and way too braggy to actually keep a secret like that secret. Because they never would be able to. And I tend to agree with that. As somebody who's worked in management positions and jobs before, humans, even if well-meaning, are never going to be that organized. I gotta get caught up. Phones don't like the vacuum rocket socks. What words are wanted? Good words, please. Cats will be judges of human comedy. Ban fools. Analysts hate lies. Data analyst lies. Sadness and lies are sweet, briny untruths. I guess that's a word. Honey, sweet, salty popcorn. Silly, snacks. Someone go next. We're all caught up. Thank you, stupid. Oh, I know what we were talking about. We were talking about when they were burning the 5G towers in the UK. That's what we were talking about. When he popped in and said anybody who believes that that's real is someone has never worked in any kind of management position because humans are nowhere near that competent. or to give comfort to the theorists most of the time. The sad part about conspiracy theorists, and this is extremely obvious in like flat earth, is a lot of those individuals are not educated but intelligent, right? Intelligence does not equal education. You can be an intelligent person while also being an uneducated person. And the really sad part about a lot of conspiracy theories is it's very intelligent people saying things that they believe to be researched because they believe they did the research for it, and they simply missed the through line and the memo that it's all bullshit. I mean, also, like, Kodiak, like, that statement there just wraps back around to the 9/11 documentary that I watched yesterday, which, once again, I will recommend. It's called Turning Point. It's on Netflix. It's great. It's hard to watch, but it's really good. I agree that untruth is a word, but, like, it's one of those words that you don't see very often, so it tripped me up when I caught in the sentence. English is a fucked up language. That's all I'll say. And that is the truth. Apparently I got a bunch of caged gray langurs. You want to believe? It's hard to believe in things. Believe in yourself. I believe I will probably wake up tomorrow morning. That's what I believe in. And I also believe that Twitch is going out of their way to make my life difficult. As a small channel that, well, medium-sized channel, I would say, who, you know, it has a very niche following. Being a nihilist is easy, and being an optimist is hard. Kodiak? Generally requires you to, what's the word I'm looking for here? Have faith in things that are outside of your control. That's difficult because you have no control over it. Well, that's not how I define beliefs, so. I mean, this is why I tell my mom, because like, it's funny, the entirety of the pandemic, this is just an easy example, but the entirety of the pandemic, I keep on telling my family it's going to get worse before it gets better. My mom's always like oh no, like, you know, like we'll be through this in 3 months, right? Like my mom's very much an optimist like that. Every single time like the topic of like rising cases or any of that stuff comes up, it's always like, oh no, it'll be fine. Like they'll go down. Like everything will be back to normal. Like she's been saying that everything will be back to normal since like mid 2020, right? And I keep on saying, nah, it's gonna be another 6 months. It's gonna be another 6 months. It's gonna be another 6 months. For like every instance of the pandemic. It's always been like, my opinion's always been, it'll be another 6 months, maybe more. And every time it comes true, I always tell my mom, I'm like, you know, I like to expect the worst and be pleasantly surprised. I'm not really a hope for the best kind of person. I've always been a expect the worst will be the one that comes to pass, and if not, then I'll be pleasantly surprised. I don't know how you feel about that, chat, but that's how I feel about most things. I always expect nobody to show up for my stream when I turn my stream on. I always expect that there will be literally nobody watching. And I will have to retire from streaming in a week because my entire audience left mysteriously overnight for no reason. And every day people show up, and I'm always pleasantly surprised. No, it's not. Nihilism is more like, don't have overinflated expectations, because shit will probably go wrong before it goes good. But when it goes good, it'll be great. Fair enough. Go on. You do not have a full understanding of? How so? What's the cause of your limited understanding of the word nihilism? It doesn't matter what material we make it out of, as long as it's not wood. Why is that? What about the ladies watching? Not everybody here is a gentleman. What if they're like a roughman? Because they are the opposite of gentle. I don't know where I was going with that. You have a good night. And it's like, I think that in order to limit discomfort caused by you, simply learn to read the room a little better. That's all. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching some Longdeath. Into the late spring of the year 304. I appreciate that. Cheers. All right, dwarves are bringing that up. Let's get that built. Come from the west. Well, on the bright side, we've got 2 more layers to do. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the 1 more layer. And then this will be the roofing layer. Because that'll give us a little bit more of a safety net beneath the top. Which I would like. And then we just need to figure out how to power this fucking thing. I was going to power it one way, but I might actually power it a different way. Do they use the Cyrillic alphabet? Well, I mean, I would assume the room would be translated into your local dialect. My outlook stone is generally expect the worst, and if the best happens, be pleasantly surprised. That's been my philosophy with things for a while, and it's obviously not working because I'm constantly depressed. But I think that might be a chemical imbalance in my brain and not my outlook on life. So it's clearly not working, but might not be working just because my brain is messed up and not because of actual, day-to-day problems. Although I guess you could consider that an actual day-to-day problem. It's statistically improbable that bad things will happen forever and ever. Hold on a second, what? That bad things will happen? So what you're saying is it's statistically improbable that all things can't be bad? Because the way I would word that is because I would say it's statistically probable that bad things will happen forever and ever. Right? But also probably good things to offset the bad things. Kind of reminds me of a line. I can't remember where I read this, but it is statistically probable that something bad will happen in the near future, but will be equaled out and overwhelmed by good things. The inverse would also be true. I think that's why it confused me, because I would have worded it the opposite way. It's statistically improbable that bad things won't happen. Hey, Darksor, how are you? I installed Mule. I didn't play it, though. Or rather, that Mule remake. Well, that's good to hear that you're fine. We're just putting the finishing touches on this big old tower. Big old tower! Just upgrading things in Cookie Clicker, don't mind me. You're excited for my frame rate to go to nothing. I kind of hope we can do it today. Time allowing. If we don't do it today, then we'll do it by the end of the week for sure. We will 100% turn the pumps on before Thursday this week. Now, your ex-best friend. Is it possible to have an ex-best friend? Or is this like an ex-partner situation? Hit me up whenever you want. I will consider that. You phrase it that way because you'd rather look at the brightness and, fair enough. Maybe you're just a slightly brighter person than I am. Yeah. I mean, times seem real bleak right now, but they're not that bleak in actuality. Like, it is statistically less likely that you will die to raiders running into your village and stabbing you to death for no reason than ever before in history, so I guess that's a good thing. The friends that you lose because they got into it really bad. I can't say, I would say I've been that friend, but I don't believe I know anybody who's been in that situation. But I have been that person that everybody stopped hanging out with because they were in a bad relationship. They being me. I mean, I got to the Grandma Apocalypse twice, and both times I ascended, so, you know. I mean, at some point, if you're asking if you're crazy for playing Cookie Clicker, you should stop asking that question. Because I think we both know the answer. You know, I don't... Yeah, I mean, you seem like a more positive person than I am, Stone. At the very least, you seem like a more content person than I am, which I think is like one of the most valuable mental assets a person can have, is just being content. Being content is possibly one of the best things you can do. What, are you referring to the person that you know who's streaming Dark Sora, or the person that you knew? Regardless, that just sounds like old school, like, Christian American values. But yeah, no, that's not a healthy way to live in the current year. You're quite a happy Stone? That's good to know, Stone. I'm happy for that. Could change statistics anytime they want? Sure, but like they'd also go to prison pretty bloody quick. Socks. Also, it is summer in the absolute realm at Longdeath. The difficulty is when logically you know there are good things in your life, but your brain refuses to give you the happy chemicals as a reward. Yeah, that was me all day yesterday. I mean... I had this discussion with my mom when we went out for beers a little over a week ago now. And we were talking about how one of the biggest problems with mental health problems is that they call it mental health problems. Which is, it's why it's nice that it's... Anyway. Simply a girl thinks that having a family can cure her problems. Someone like that probably shouldn't be a parent, Dark Sora. Not that I would know. Gremlin for mayor! You know it. That's unfortunate, though. I had a friend a number of years ago who was a pretty good friend for quite a number of years. And over time, we just started to realize, like me and my other friend who were mutual friends with this guy, that he was completely incompetent with money. Completely, utterly, totally, 100% incompetent with money. And was a complete pathological liar. Anything that he had claimed to achieve in the time that I know him, I'm not even entirely certain any of it was real. And this all led to a eventual point where, like, he had many failed relationships over the time that I knew him, and burnt a lot of bridges with old friends of mine. And then it all kind of came to a climax where he claimed that he got a job offer where he would get to go live in another country for a couple of years. And me and my mutual friend, who also knew this person, kind of went, doubt that's real. because at this point we more or less figured out that his job wasn't real. We were pretty sure that he was stealing money from his mom. He had a fake ID at one point. Not even sure, like, it wasn't even a good one. He would, like, try to go to things with us that were, like, 19 plus events and not bring ID, and then have some, like, fucking miraculous reason why he didn't have it. Like, oh, someone stole it, so I have a photocopy of it. It's like, what? And this all kind of, like, led to this, and then it was... We were all kind of, like, starting to distance ourselves from him, and then this gonna move to another country thing happened. And, like, it was 6 days before he was supposedly supposed to leave. And I remember he asked if I would go to the pub. We went out to the pub. We had drinks. We said goodbye. And I didn't talk to him for 3 weeks. And then he just randomly texted me and said, hey, do you want to hang out? I was like, but you're not in Canada. How can we hang out? Oh, yeah, that fell through. Didn't actually happen. Oh. Okay, then. And, yeah, I basically just completely cut him off after that. Just, like, I refuse to deal and be around people who are so willing to flagrantly lie about things. This is actually the first time I've talked about this on stream, actually. Because this is a person who was on my stream a couple of times back in the day. But it all came down to that moment of, like, I will play your game with you even though I know you're not telling the truth, giving you every possible opportunity to come clean. Some people just are incapable of that. It's kind of fucking sad. Nice bricks. Do LSD and other hallucinogenics? Well, I mean, I'm not sure what doing LSD and other hallucinogenics has to do with anything, but... Also, I've got a wall of text to read from Stone. It took a while to get here, but you have the issues. It's still depression never leaves you fully. You understand and accept it, and can cope, but it's not 2018 anymore. And you're not rotting away in this room and unable to go outside due to your fear of strangers. Even when you have no energy, and even when I can't have a shower just because I can't. Yeah, I know that feeling. There's tomorrow. Yep, nope, that's true. It's absolutely true. There's always tomorrow. You agree with the fact that she shouldn't be a parent, but they don't believe in psychiatry. Okay. And he especially believes that love can fix everything. Mm-hmm. It can also destroy everything. Like, love, very powerful force, can fix a lot of things, can also literally kill you. As a hippie, I vehemently disagree with that. But as somebody with the name Little Chode Boy, I assume that you're not going to have exactly enlightening takes on things. Which you're glad about? Yeah, I mean, I've had less than proud moments on the stream, which I'm sure some of you have seen. Back in the day, being 2015. Hey, 3 years ago is a very long time for some people. A lot can happen in 3 years. A lot can happen in 3 years. sounds real sad, Sora. I'm sorry that you know people like that. Because that shit's never easy. Also, do drugs. Until you discover you really like them. Then stop doing drugs. Alright, it's time to trade with the humans. A lot of socks to sell. And I can actually sell all of those and that and that and those. Everyone in here is under arrest for committing the crime of what? Exactly. Hi, Ponce. How are you? Ponce is over there playing Cop Simulator. It's like Mexico, but safer. I like how that's safer is in quotes. Something drugs. Says the guy who's making wine. Making wine's legal. Which is probably more powerful than most drugs. Anyway. Hope you've been well. By the way, Ponce, if you ever want to try going whiskey tasting at some point, especially once these fucking vaccine passports get passed out, just give me a shout. I'd be willing to bust my way downtown. Just saying. Also, good to see you. I hope League hasn't been too painful. You'd love to whiskey taste with me? Fortunately, unless I'm having like a absolute mental breakdown, I can't drink that much whiskey. Just waiting for it to release. The anticipation is killing you. You meaning the fact that you're gonna have to, the concept of having to actually play League is killing you? For those of you who don't know, Ponce is kind of a legend in the League of Legends scene from back in the day. These days, he's just a humble internet panhandler like myself. So go watch him humbly panhandle while playing League so that you don't have to. And, you know, other games that he actually enjoys. Are there any games coming out soon that you're actually interested in that, you know, aren't League? How many did I need? One. That's fine. Grey Langer has gone back to being wild. Well, oops. For months? I haven't played League since 2014. Total Warhammer 3. Total Warhammer. They made more of it edition. Is Elden Ring a cop-out answer? That's a cop-out answer. Yeah, you can say that Elden Ring is a good answer. Also, part of the reason why I like hanging out with Ponce chat room is because Ponce is one of the only people I know through my job who also does my job, who doesn't want to talk about my job when I hang out with him. He's one of the only people who works in this industry who I can talk with about anything but Because there's so many people in this industry. You talk with them as a streamer, and they just want to know about streaming things. And it's like, kill me. It's like, I don't want to hang out with you to just talk about work. One month per year. That's too much. That's way too much. You know, I resisted my little sister asking me to get into playing League of Legends. And I resisted successfully. Now she's trying to get me to get into old school RuneScape. I think my little sister might be a problem. Although she did get out of MOBAs because she's now she's working in video game QA on a MOBA and she can't say which one. So there's only so many. I'm pretty sure I know which one, but I'm not gonna say. And I won't give you any hints because, you know, I don't want to get my little sister in trouble at her job. You need a competitive shit once in a while. I have a solution for you, Dark Sora. It's a better game with a less toxic community, and it gets way less patches, and the rules never change. Also, it's not owned by Tencent. Holy. This video game is called, it's pretty indie. Like, not a lot of people play it these days. It's called Chess. You might have heard of it. Chess! Go sign some paperwork and get a check mark. Congrats. Hi, Raiders. You guys don't know, Jess went and got herself partnered today, somehow, after 10 billion years. It's about damn time. Not ending or anything. I just went full screen for dramatic effect. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, old guy. Hi, Spafar. Donkfail. FDL Twitch. South Heaven. Where's that Haven? Looks like Heaven. Alistair. George. Solantre. But yeah, if you need to play a competitive game to like wax off that competitive need in your inside of your soul, just play some chess. That'll do you. It's been 84 years since Jess first applied. Jess got partnered. Chess, not to be confused with Jess. Did I say chess twice? I mean, there. I'm kind of surprised you didn't pull a me and just fill out the paperwork on stream, because that's absolutely what I did. I read the whole fucking contract on stream. Not like, I didn't like stream it, but like, I just like had my dumb face like this for like an hour while I sat here and read the contract and signed it. What, Jess? No, that's Jess's alternate. I got you too. My condolences. Welcome to hell. One of us. Yeah, Jess got partnered earlier today. Honestly, like, you picked like the best month ever to get partnered, because not only did you get partnered during September when subs are cheaper and you can unlock all the emotes, for the rest of your Twitch career, your partner anniversary is going to land in September when emotes are cheaper and subs are cheaper. So you literally picked the best possible month to get partnered. I'm just saying, like, you're cheating the Twitch system. I literally, like, I saw your post on Discord that you got partnered, and I tabbed over to your stream and opened up your stream and looked at it, and you were at like you just started like a hype train had just started, and then I went and did the Discord post over in the community Discord, and then tabbed back over and it was a level 5 hype train. I was like, someone's having a good morning. With the September partner anniversary, yeah, it's like you're gaming the system. 5.5 weeks. Good lord. Good lord. But, well, welcome to the Cool Kids Club. Now we just got to partner Suey. That's going to be a challenge, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. But welcome, Raiders. We're just playing Dwarfs. It's pretty Dwarfs and chill, basically. I'm just hanging out and chatting while we're trying to get to year 300, which we're pretty close to. And then after that's done, I'm gonna switch games to something else. So it's probably gonna be another 2 hours of Dwarfs or so, and then we'll be switching to something else. And I don't know what that'll be, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah, no, it just kind of kept going. I saw a level 5 hype train and then like subs just kept going. I had to tab out eventually because I was like, you know what, I'm just too distracted by this stream. I'll be honest, I actually contemplated just raiding you, but I was like, nah, I need to actually stream today. Need to actually do my job, you know? But congrats. Welcome to the slightly cooler streamer club. Because there's an even cooler streamer partner club now. Because Twitch went and made cooler Twitch partners. Which are Twitch ambassadors. Which are the same, but they have a shiny badge. I don't know. Now you can, like, startle brand new streamers who are just starting out by dropping it and being like, sup, I'm verified. It's really kind of annoying, actually. It's like going into smaller channels and they're like, oh my god, verified streamer. It's like, shut up. Just watching a stream, damn it. It's like, are you like famous? Not really. But, you know, it's good times. Much deserved. You'd love to get competitive on an action game. Well, actually, right now, you're only competitive in Outlash. It's Minecraft with 1.9 PvP. You should get into, like, a fighting game or something, Dark Sora. You know? I mean, it's not really competitive, but for a little bit, like Smash. Or like that game with SpongeBob in it, which I can't remember the name of. Actually, come to think of it, what actually are Twitch ambassadors? I actually asked Simcopter that because he was in my chat and he's a Twitch ambassador. And I was like, so wait, what actually is the difference between a Twitch partner and a Twitch ambassador? And he's like, we're Twitch partners, but we're also cops, was what he said. So the gist I get is they're like sort of a like Twitch partner / global mod hybrid. That if I understand it correctly, I don't know if I understand it correctly, but I think it's just like a Twitch partner, but you have a ban button anywhere. But I don't know. Whenever I see Simcopter around, I try and be on my best behavior anyway, so too much respect for the guy. Imagine being a narc. Yeah, I can't do that. That's not possible. How you doing, Zycrom? Good to hear. Cheers. About to go to bed? You should. Go to sleep then. You will go to bed on my... This is one of those like, I'm about to go to bed. All right, you should go to bed. I will, only on my terms. So I will not go to bed because you told me. All right, now I will go to bed. Kind of like that's kind of where you're going with that, I think. Used to be good in Tekken, and then they added in infinite combos. Can't fire me. I quit! You can't fire me. I beat you to it. Vinsati, thanks for sniping Pawns. Because he's a lad, and he deserves it. I'm putting that into the whiskey budget. Thanks, Vin. For helping inflate my sub count. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Ponce, and the whatever the fuck this is. Speaking of, actually, resubs, we are getting a new sub sound soon, TM. And it's a resub sound being made by the guy who did the music for Jupiter Hell. So I will no longer be using a sub sound that I loosely own. Oh, great. Human Treasure is beating up my dwarves again. I won a game of dive kick once. That's like my entirety of my fighting game understanding. A spoiler is I'm not very good at dive kick. Speaking of music, the other band member made a new song today? The other band member made a new song today. I don't know what that means. Are you in multiple bands or something? Are they made of rubber? Or are they elastic bands? Wait, isn't post black just white? Also, hold on. I have a song for you. You said you're just two guys, right? There you go. You're welcome, I guess. God, that's an old video. Holy shit. 2005 YouTube. Wow. That's like YouTube year one. You know, I keep going back to this because there was a person who commented on a VOD of Longdeath from a couple of weeks ago pretty recently, where they just said, Blind has this uncanny ability to pull out random facts that are relevant to almost any conversation at any time with no notice. And I don't know if I necessarily agree that that's true, but I do take the compliment. And I was wondering why none of the buttons were working, then I realized I had caps lock on. Fucking of course. Speaking of views, I actually know that there's this artist that I've gotten maybe way uncharacteristically into because it's not the sort of music I normally listen to, but they have a song called Views. And I think it's very funny because it just feels like it's about, well, obviously it's just about social media, but it feels like it's a song about me. Sort of. All right, so this is going to be the actual entrance. How did unmonetizable get corrected into unmentionable? Good question. I don't know. Maybe it's because things that aren't monetizable aren't mentionable, according to Google. And because Google does most of the spell checking that we get. All I'm saying is that's just a theory. Do you have any material that's public yet, Dark Sorrow? Because please share once you get the ability to. Not yet? Gotcha. You haven't even sung the first song yet. Yeah, see, that would make sharing material that is non-existent difficult. So does that mean you've thrown out 35? All right, let's do that. Although, kind of black metal. I have this album on vinyl, and it's apparently sold out now. Or their most recent album, for the band that I just linked in the chat. And I just want to shout out the song Canadian Denim Mountain Attack. I don't know what that title means. None of the lyrics make any sense, but it is on the short list of my favorite metal songs with the word Canada in the title. It's just wonderful. It's just wonderful. Shoutouts to the Greater Vancouver metal scene. But they're without vocals. I mean, there's a music section on Discord. Share stuff when you want to. I have listened to Oligarch. Yeah. If it's metal, I've probably listened to them. Because I listen to a lot of metal. Less metal these days. These days, recently, and especially recently, but I've been listening to a lot more shoegaze and a lot more psych rock, but I really enjoy and have listened to a lot of metal in my life, so. Also, I need to use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. You guys can follow the king around while he complains. Chat, can I get a round of beers? BRB. Oh, also, shoutouts to the black metal band that I've been listening to the most recently. I don't quite consider Worm Witch to be black metal because they kind of flip back and forth between black metal and thrash, but there's this band called Thou that I listen to way too much. Way too fucking much. I don't know if I'd consider them drone metal. They're just metal. Well, they're just black metal. But it's just really funny to me because they've done a couple of songs with pretty cheery, like, hipster pop music groups, which is always amusing to me. Also, Shad, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Cheers. Hope you've been well, Shad. But yeah, I listened to a lot of Thou. I do. Not recently, but I do. Shining Black Jazz Legacy. There's a lot of metal inspired by jazz these days. A lot of metal inspired by jazz. Are there any these or thys? I don't know any these, thys, those, or thumbs. I know too much about music. I know so much about music, I retroactively dislike a lot of music. Music that I theoretically would like. But because I know too much about it, I end up disliking some of it. Yes. Stone. Yes, people have suggested things that I haven't heard. And usually it's when I say, I haven't heard that before, post it in the Discord, and I'll listen to it later, and then I do. Oh, on the topic of really trashy shit metal that's funny, which wasn't the topic, but I'm sort of changing the topic to that. There is a new-ish Eskimo Cowboy song. It's nowhere near on the level of Hypa Hypa, but it's okay. It is pretty silly. Why do you dislike it, Dark Sorrow? Just because it's too much? Although, on the topic of metal, I've been I've gone back to listening to a lot of Under Oath. That's where I'm at right now. It's like comfort music for me at this point. How so? I mean, I've listened to their music, but how so? I didn't realize they were controversial. Oh, I mean, that's just metal, though. You'll get heavy politics in metal, and yeah, I don't know. Doesn't matter if it's something you agree with or not. Like, just like metal is full of politics I don't agree with, but I can like it musically. There's lots of music that I disagree with on a political level. Because, like, I've been to shows for bands that have political ideologies that I disagree with, but I like their music. And I drag my friend to shows that have for bands that have political ideology that he disagrees with that I like. You know, it's part of music. Like, if you've ever been to any kind of neckbeardy old school metal show, like you'll run into people like that. But, you know, I do draw lines to a degree. But I don't know. Don't really have too much more to say on this subject. It's like I hate military fetishism, for example, but I will go see Sabaton every single time they are here. And they're the most military fetishistic band that I've ever known. Like those dudes will bring a fucking tank on stage and just like ride the barrel. Like of course they are military fetishists. That's literally their whole gimmick. But I find their music fun, so I listen to them. I mean, who doesn't love when the winged hussars arrive? I mean, come on. We remember in September when the winged hussars arrive. You know, metal's a weird baggie like that. It's a weird baggie. Well, that's part of the fun of it. Vin! Dude! Thanks for gifting out a 5-pack. Cheers, man. Massive fucking thank you. Vin's just like sitting in the shadows today and just being like, you get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get it. But seriously, thank you, man. Cheers.
We train.
We train? Maybe. Only if you got your gum ready so that you can chew, chew. I'm not funny. Everybody should leave. This is where you type an exclamation point BOO, right? Axon? But I don't know. Maybe we train. Maybe we don't train. Dark Sword dodged it again, somehow. Now you got a wall. Now you can start being one more brick in the wall. Because you don't need no education. Although, if you have another 100 bits, Axon, you could hype train that by cheering 100 bits anonymously. No, you don't need no thought control. I learned a couple of years ago that my dad hates that song. Not because he thinks the song is bad, but because he knew somebody who... There you go. Because he knew somebody who was a complete and utter asinine fuck who really, really liked that song and would play it a lot at his job. Which is very unfortunate because it's a good song. Thanks for the $3.50 and thanks Anonymous for the $1. There you go. Now we train. Oh, say, Katsu, how you been? Hope you've been well. Like, as in first band that you liked? You never loved Another Brick in the Wall? I like Another Brick in the Wall. I think it's a really interesting song. But I would say that I like the entirety of Dark Side of the Moon more than that song, so. The mirrored beer threw me off so hard. Yeah, Vin likes doing that. Vin likes doing that. I mean, you know, it's like any hit song, right? Any hit song is going to have its audience for sure, but also there will be people who dislike it, right? Because they know that the artist has other music that is better, right? And that's, you know, just kind of how it goes with a popular song. Is if there are better songs that then the people who listen to it a lot are automatically going to know those songs better than, you know, your average Joe. Good to hear, Katsu. Good to hear. I would say that the first band that I genuinely loved was Iron Maiden. I need to listen to their most recent album. So the dwarves just decided to stop. Whoa, we have a new book. It has a dwarf's name in the title. The Possibilities of Murphys II. Written on the item is an encyclopedia entitled The Possibilities of Murphys II, authored by Murphys II. It concerns the dwarf Murphys II, the dwarf Iton Knifeheather, and the Fortress of Longdeath, and the hillocks of Channel Dens, and the eternal adventure of time. The writing is thoroughly mechanical. Overall, it is amateurish at best. Felt oldish in the air. It's almost like they're old. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like they're old. Like, what was your first clue? That they are old. But yes. I don't know. I like their sound a whole lot, so it doesn't really bother me personally. Hey, Adra. Speaking of metal, we're just over here talking about metal. So the real question, chat, is that hype train gonna hit level 3 or nah? What do you think? You guys gonna finish level 2, or is it just gonna be level 1? Level 1's fine though. Technically, second hype train of the day. Three iron picks. Getting those done. Yeah, I think we'll power this thing up tomorrow. I'm kind of running low on time. What's a nice question for me? Would I consider Iron Maiden power metal? Which album? Is my question. Seventh Son of a Seventh Son? Yeah, that's pretty power metal. Flight 666? It's just bad. Fear of the Dark? A little bit more proggy or poppy. Not really power. Book of Souls? Very proggy. Not really power. I think it depends on the album. Because their sound has changed. Like, they were just, like, British heavy metal when they started, right? But over time, like, they've had albums that are pretty power-leaning. They've had albums that are pretty... Yeah, I guess it depends on the album at that point. Although Adra might have some thoughts. Adra's a metalhead. One of us. But, yeah, it depends on the album for Maiden. Because some of their albums, definitely, very much so. Some of their albums, not really. It kind of depends on the album. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers or rocks as a thank you for that little hype train? Also, Axon, thanks for like taking the #1 spot and cheers for the week. Hell yeah. What do you mean, finally a good answer? I mean, how else would you answer that question? At this point, though, Iron Maiden's modern stuff is pretty just quite simply prog. Especially the Book of Souls. Although, like I said, I haven't listened to their newest album, so maybe I would feel differently about their newest album, but Book of Souls is just end-to-end prog album. New wave British heavy metal. Yep. You do dig their jams? Yeah. I mean, they certainly started off new wave of British heavy metal, but they've kind of, I don't know, they lean away from that a bit these days. But that's because new wave of British heavy metal isn't exactly new anymore, and hasn't been in about, 30 years. Well, I mean, Adra got it right. They're technically the new wave of British heavy metal. That is what they were when they started. They were the biggest band out of that scene. $40? Being a cautious estimator. But yeah, 40 years. But like, I don't even, to a degree, I don't like, and I love this album. I don't know if I'd even consider like half of the tracks on Fear of the Dark metal. Like a lot of those are just pop songs. And I love that album. So, it is what it is. That's it. Also, that's a good emote. That's a scary emote to have. That person is brave. You really like Brave New World? I'm just partial to Fear of the Dark because it was the first Maiden album I owned. I owned Fear of the Dark on CD in like the early 2000s. It was the first Maiden album that I had a legal copy of. Somewhere in time, yeah. When I'm in the Maiden mood, I usually listen to usually Fear the Dark, yeah, or Power Slave. I don't know. I like Maiden and their aesthetic. Probably one of the best stage performances I've ever seen for a band too, especially like a band of their, this is gonna sound mean, age. Because they're just like, I don't know, those guys, they don't really age. Like, they're still throwing guitars across stage and catching them and playing them mid-song. Doing a flawless job of it, so. Also, they're the only band that I've seen where they had footage of their plane landing in the local airport on one of the screens while the opener was playing. So the opener was playing while their plane was landing. They get off of the plane, tour bus to the venue, played the show, and then were out of the venue and back on the plane before the lights came on. It's the only band that I've ever seen that's done that. Seen a kid band? Now, when you say kid band, I'm assuming you mean like high schoolers, right? 10-year-olds? Aw. That's adorable. Got stone crafting demonstrations. This is a very busy stone crafting demonstration. I mean, they've got plenty of songs that aren't particularly complicated, so I'm sure some kids could pick it up. Besides, kids are actually really good at things like music, if you teach them. They're absolutely rocking it. Awesome. This isn't metal at all, but this is one of my favorite bands, period. It's very simple music. But they fucking kill it. Like, their songs aren't particularly technically complicated, but they just have a sound and it works. Playing thing was low. You'd laughed at the same thud. It was cool as hell. What the fact that they get back on the plane and they're like out of the country before you even, I don't know, like they are the most efficient, like, at getting to a venue that I've ever seen. Like they practically had fucking police escorts. Like, imagine having that much money. Fair enough, Darkstar. Yeah, they're kind of doomy. One of my favorite things about that band is they're all sisters. Like everybody in that band are sisters. 2 of them are twins. And all I can think about whenever I'm listening to Stonefield is like, man, somewhere in behind all of this music there is an extremely proud dad. Because it's every now and again they'll give an interview where they're like, yeah, no, our dad just kind of forced us to play like instruments at a young age and kind of just put us in a band and we just kind of kept at it and it just kind of worked. And it's funny. Yeah, they got a little bit of that psychedelic rock feel, and the reason they have a little bit of that psychedelic rock feel is they're on Flightless Records, which is the King Gizzard label. So they're kind of on the wave of Australia. They kind of fit in with that wave of Australian psych rock because they're part of the same label. So kind of makes sense that they're in the same plane. Well, I mean, the same plane of existence. There's a really funny comment that I saw. I want to say it was on a Tropical Fuckstorm music video, which is another band that's signed to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizards label. Another Australian group. If you ever want to hear like what waking up hungover after a bad night out feels like, listen to Tropical Fuckstorm because that's what all of their music sounds like. Waking up with a bad hangover is how I would describe Tropical Fuckstorm's music. But it's really good. I really like their music. Anyway, I might need to get me more laminite. But there was a comment on one of their music videos, which was literally just, I think everybody signed to Flightless Records lives in the same house and does the same drugs. Which is kind of, like, I could see it. Like, they practically have a compound, from what I can tell. Like, they own a warehouse, which has, like, space to sleep in, and they have 3 different recording studios set up in this warehouse. Because they were like, buying a recording studio, that sounds expensive, so they bought a warehouse. And just Amazon Primed everything there that they needed. I mean, they are. You wouldn't be wrong. Adra, they are. I mean, that's the reason I want to see Butcher Babies again. Although maybe it's just because I want another concussion. It's the only show I've ever gotten a concussion at was a Butcher Babies show. Stone Jesus? Stone Jesus just kind of falls into the under the generic category for me. Who was that? Dr. Phineas! 15 months!
Crip blah.
Blah! To you too. Thank you very much for the 15 months. Hope you've been well. The humans have arrived for the fall tributes. And Free 2 is stumbling around obliviously once again. It's that time of year. It's like the busiest season of the year for most people. You know, school's starting up again. A lot of people end up being busy. Bunch of long weekends happen. DRI, Napalm Death, and Sick of It All. What, for the stuff that you listen to the most right now? The bands I listen to the most right now are Hum, and then the other two are jazz. But when it comes to like heavier music, like metal, the bands I'm listening to the most probably are Thou, Wormwitch, and where's the third, like, number 3 heavy band? I haven't been listening to as much heavy music recently. I don't really count Drug Church as metal. Because I've mostly been listening to my record collection. I don't own much heavy music. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a third band I've been listening to recently. That's bad. Not being able to select a third band. I've been listening to quite a bit of like Slift. Slift is pretty heavy. Like scrolling up my recently listened to. Oh, that new Ginger album is fucking incredible, by the way. Wallflowers, so good. Oh, this is a pretty good band that I discovered recently. It's pretty common when you, yeah, it's whenever people are like, what are top 3 bands you've been listening to? It's like, God, fuck, I don't know. Like, I've been listening to Hiana Rennie, which is like super, super mellow piano music recently. Like, I don't know. And then the biggins. Let me know when you want me to scroll. Man, there's a lot of items in here that we can't even use, like a silver slicing knife. Oh, I've also been listening to King Buffalo quite a bit. King Buffalo is pretty heavy. Also, of course, Sergeant Thunderhoof. Also, if you ever want to hear a man absolutely fucking obliterate a snare drum, listen to this. Hi, Fog. What's up? I was looking up a thing on YouTube before scrolling. Sorry, Stone. Done now. Isn't Lovejoy also the name of a, like, K-pop group? Or am I making that up? But yeah, that last link that I put into chat is Under Oath's In My Teeth, or On My Teeth, rather. And it's literally the first 30 seconds of that song is just a man absolutely annihilating that poor snare drum. There's a pretty good comment on that video, which is, I hope he bought that snare at Drink first. Because, I hope he bought that snare at Drink first. Because he completely obliterates it. I mean, I assume it's not it, but I thought that Lovejoy is also like the name of that, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I've just been, I haven't been listening to as much metal. The problem with me and metal is like, I love seeing metal live. Love seeing metal live. I don't sit down and listen to metal that much these days. Like, if I'm going to sit down and listen to music, I'm much more likely to listen to punk or shoegaze or something a little bit more jammy or something a little bit more psyche. Less, let's just, like, you know, anger. I don't know who that is, Dark Sora, but noted. Information for the future, I suppose. But yeah, no, it's like, it's... I should go see Under Oath, shouldn't I? I know about Liam. I also know about Slow Dive. I know about Nothing. I know about Bullet. Bullet. I know about Hum. Why do you keep recommending bands? You keep recommending bands I've heard of. It's like you need to get better at this. Recommend things I haven't heard of. That's a challenge, though. I've seen that name before. I don't believe I've heard them, though. Probably just in the fans also like section of Spotify. Yes, Fog. Speaking of what genre, Fog, I got something for you. This is my recent obsession, which will give you an idea as to why I haven't been listening to metal recently. This is my current obsession. Also, a link right after, which is something that's way better than it has any right to be. I can't select a top 3 because I listen to too many bands. I'm just gonna say that. The Dwarves have arrived to trade as we continue work on the top of the pump stack. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a child. I can't do top 3s. Like, I sort of tried there a minute ago, but, like, I can't do it. It's so fucking good, Wave Depletion. So, like, I don't think I would ever go see, right, or Rage Against the Machine. Just, period. They simply put, tickets when they do come here is like $700 for basic seats. So fuck that. But I would absolutely go see Brass Against if they came by. No questions asked. I think like the secret to doing a really good Rage Against the Machine cover is just have a really fucking sassy singer. Right? What do you mean by out of what you were expecting? Can I explain what I'm doing in game? I'm building the exit pipe for a giant pump. I mean, also, Fog, Noga Eras and her music kind of speaks to my soul because they have a song about having coffee jitters. So, you know, they kind of they speak to my soul a little bit on an emotional level. That's not hard to do. Just write a song about having coffee jitters. They also have a song about buying views. You had metal on the brain? You know, here's the thing. Get metal on the brain and then sit down and listen to a few songs by Die Antwoord. One thing that has always impressed me is how many metalheads really like Die Antwoord for some reason. Myself included. I don't understand why I like Die Antwoord. I just enjoy listening to Die Antwoord. A lot. For some reason. This is kind of a scary dodging game, trying to sell off some of these cages. Pointing into that central tower. You can't stand the girl voice? That's fair. I just love how much they do with so little. Fog. It's the reason I like her and her music, is because she does so much with so little. It's like a husband and wife group, though. The dude on guitar with the funky sunglasses is her husband. Yeah, I've been kind of in like an electronic music mode. Ask me when October rolls around and I'll be back in on the metal train, though. Because that's when concerts start again. And I can go see bands. That's when we all have to have our vaccine passports by. So, assuming this website starts working. I keep checking it. It's not working. You listen to a lot of hard bass. Can't stand hard bass. I do love this shit, though. Also, Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? All over the wood. Do that. I can't actually listen to stuff, but because I live in Canada, Dark Sora. And different countries move at different speeds. They only just opened up the applications to get them shipped to you today. So, this morning, to be specific. And the website is perma offline and probably will be until tomorrow. But generally, the answer to that question will always be because different countries move at different paces with these things. For better or for worse. Also appreciated, Fog. Sure. I'm great. I'm glad that you have that. That's not what we have here. We're getting physical cards because reasons. You're kind of sad for being kind of a dick about that. Would you appreciate your country being called kind of sad? 'Cause I think not. No, you're the one being rude. Mm-hmm. It's not how it's worded. Have too many links. We'll stop that for the moment. No, don't stop. The music channel's been kind of lonely lately, man. Ooh, lettuce. I like lettuce. Lettuce is good. Can confirm lettuce is good. Well, don't. There's too many tourists from too many other parts of the world in Canada right now. And they keep bringing fucking Delta variant assholes up here. So please don't come to Canada. Stay the fuck away. For a while. Basically just pulling from playlists and refinding stuff. That's always fun, isn't it? Just finding stuff that you've listened to previously. Into early autumn. Early goddamn autumn. Yeah, I think this is going to end up being more Longdeath than I want to do in one day. So I think we'll finish the pump stack tomorrow. Because all I need to do now is power the damn thing. I don't know what Almost Monday is, but it sounds like very hipstery music just from the title. Yeah, fair enough, Dark Sora. I'm just kind of responding with the natural thing to say currently, which is don't come here, please. Too many people are here right now that aren't from here. I mean, it looks like shoegaze from the thumbnail, so I'll have to look later. Have I ever shown you why am I blanking on the name? Have I ever shown you Origami Angel? Fog? Bedroom pop, gotcha. It's a two-piece band. They also have like the best name for their fan base ever, which is Gami Gang. It's the Gami Gang, dude. Yeah, fuck that noise. I can relate. Oh, also, I just want to share this with you, Fog, in case you haven't seen it, because this is wonderful. If you want like the longer version of that link, there's the actual what's going on, but you know, you bet your ass on buying one of those and sending it off. Yep. No, it was a very, very mind-meltingly stupid. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you about keeping away from the news, but, like, that made me smile from ear to ear when I saw it. It's to the point where I'm actually tempted to do a stream just trying to convince people to buy those because of how wonderful that is. But I'm just not sure how I would do it. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to, but I don't know how I would do it. Like, I don't know how I would do the logistics of that. Like, it's not like they're on Tiltify or anything. Like, I can't just raise money for the Satanic Temple. So I don't know. I should probably just contact them. That's actually what I should do. But or it's $600.66 or $6.66. Of course they had to do that. My favorite part of this is just, dear receiver of this message, a donation of dollars was made in your name to support the Satanic Temple's activities, including assisting members who perform our religious abortion ritual. Oh, you cheeky buggers. Ooh. Want to do that and frame it. Cheeky buggers is the best way to describe all of that. It's just funny watching all of the super Puritan people in the States get all icky whenever those groups tweet and do things in the public eye. It's just very funny. It shows how intolerant tolerant people are. You really need to sleep? Yeah, that's understandable. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out today, Dark Sora. And thanks for the music chats. Also, Fog, did you ever play Skater XL? Because that thing got multiplayer. And I'm just wondering if it would be worth picking up based on the multiplayer thing. Because I know that you play a lot of skateboarding games. I feel like having just a game where it's just like, yo, it's a skate park with me and my buds. Let's just bounce off of shit. That just seems like fun, but I don't know if it's worth the money. All right. I think that's probably it for us for trading. Yep. Looks like dwarves can go back to doing whatevers. Yeah, I've been trying to like stay away from the I've been trying to keep away from video game news a bit too. Shit's just anxiety inducing. Stopped being fun a while ago. Oh, it's pseudo multiplayer? Maybe less interesting. I don't know. I just kind of want a skateboarding game that's just like a server browser with an invite button. Like, if someone could just make me Thug, like Tony Hawk's Underground, but like you can just play together. Yeah, fair. I don't know. Maybe that's less interesting then. There's a Thug Pro mod? Yeah, no, I want a new game. I kind of just want a new game instead of a mod, but maybe I'm asking for more than I can get, you know? Let's do Kimberlite blocks for the roofing of this. Yeah, here's the problem is I'm still on an indefinite boycott of all EA games. So, yeah. Yeah. Kind of makes that difficult. And I'll probably be in an indefinite boycott for a while. Which actually kind of hurts because, like, there's part of me that really wants to replay, what's it called? There's part of me that really wants to replay Dead Space. But, you know, as I always say about me and my boycotts is, you play whatever games you want. I boycott games because I have a voice, and if I'm seen publicly playing games that are made by companies that I don't support, it's you know, it's harder for me to kind of have a valid reason as to why. So if I boycott something, it's that's it. I'm boycotting it. Period. Into mid-autumn. You need to put a bit more time in. Yeah, I really enjoyed the ramp, even though it's more of a toy than a game. But I've put like 5 hours into ramps and into the ramp, and let me tell you, getting that fucking 1080 not easy. Because there's an achievement where you need to get a 1080 on one of the maps that isn't the big ramp map, and that's been proving to be difficult. Proving to be very, 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 very difficult. But fun. But I've seen screenshots of people getting like 1920s and such, so it's possible. I'll be back in a second. Gotta go prep my stuff for some food because I need a snack soon. BRB. So as part of prepping my food stuff, I also closed my outside door because there was a child who's just screaming at the top of his lungs, I think for a pet or something. But very, very loud, like right outside of my door. You know, I hate that I'm becoming the old man who's just like, get off my lawn, but fuck these goddamn loud-ass kids. Like, seriously, screw these loud-ass children. I hate it. It's fucking obnoxious. I'm like, good lord. It is utterly fucking obnoxious. No, don't fuck those kids. That's illegal. But they can shut the fuck up. Them damn kids can shut the hell up. Just so goddamn tired of listening to them. Like, yesterday when I was like napping and watching Netflix all day, I woke up to the sound of, "He peed his pants, Mom! He peed his pants!" really fucking loudly. Right outside my window. Right by where I sleep. So I was jerked out of my slumber at about 10 o'clock in the morning to the sound of some small child screaming, "He peed his pants, Mom." You know what? I think he did pee his pants because I heard someone else crying. Doesn't change the fact that it was any more or less obnoxious. And get off my goddamn lawn, kids. Jeez. Outlaw kids. It's just... I can't catch a break. Kids are just too goddamn loud. They're just too goddamn loud. I'm going to put a lever up here just so that I remember what it connects to. And then we can seal this up, and then it's just a matter of connecting the fucking thing to power, and then press and go. And turning it on. And then when we turn it on, we just watch. So I still need to hook power up to this thing, and the way I was going to hook power up to this thing is currently disabled for reconstruction because it got too dangerous. So... what I'm probably going to do is go back to plan A. It's going to be a little bit more perplexing. Hey, Brander. What's up? How's things? Two and 3 flasks. Well, the tower just needs to be powered, and then it's good to go. So, yeah, I would say we win. Also, we're only a couple of months away from year 300, which is also pretty cool. So I would also say that we are winning. So, by that logic, times 2. Yes, I think I am indeed winning, sir. Was that because you were lurking all day, Kodiak? Listening to my rambles and babbles and various amounts of bullshittery. Trying to decide what to do after Longdeath today. Undoubtedly. Well, happy to help. I mean, thanks again for the sub at the beginning of the stream. And then you run down here and grab that. But how's Brander on this fine day? Well, you know, I stopped paying attention to American Truck Simulator for about a year, and I feel like they have half of the states in DLC now that I don't own, which makes it very difficult to get back into playing American Truck Simulator. Because there was a short bit there where I was considering it, but... And then we're going to hook the other building up to trigger, and then we can seal the damn thing off, and then we should be pretty safe-ish, frankly. Just enjoying a whiskey and relaxing. Sounds like a lovely way to spend a Tuesday. And there we go. And that's all hooked up, I think. Yep, all hooked up and ready to go. Which means now I can just seal the rest of this off. Because we are at the top. So this is going to take 490 power plus 860, I think, for the whole thing. It's quite a lot of power. But hopefully I can power both of them. And then just a lot of wood to hook up, which is going to take a lot of digging. But I think we should have this up and running by the year 301. Need to go back in time and figure out when I actually started this thing, but we've been working on this project for a while, like a long while. So it's nice that it's finally coming to its finale. As we build these nice blocks. Yeah, I still need to figure out what I'm going to do for evening stream. I mean, I've streamed for almost 8 hours of Longdeath because I've been trying to finish this pump stack today, which I only have 3 more blocks to build. The problem is, I want to stream some more today, right? And I kind of promised people a full-length stream, which means I need to stream some more, but I don't know what to play. I've been thinking about just defaulting back to Conquest of Elysium. I've been thinking about doing another run of Dungeon Mans. I've been thinking about, like, a few things. Trying a little roguelike I never played before. Maybe trying Hieroglyphica again. There's, of course, Rift Wizard. I don't know, chat, does any of those suggestions sound neat to you? What do we think? Mom's on a cucumber. Enjoy your cucumber. Crunch. You're really liking Conquest? I could do some Conquest. I fear that I'm playing too much of it is all. What do you guys think? A little bit of Conquest of Elysium? You also like Dungeon Mans too, TBH? Well. Yeah, I'll play some more Conquest of Elysium. Try out another race or something. Could try Witches again. See if I could actually get like a decent run on Witches going. Because Witches seem fun. Also slightly suicidal. The name Dungeon Mans? That's the only thing in Dungeon Mans that makes you chuckle? Everything about Dungeon Mans is just silly, though. Like, you can literally have turbo-powered battle chickens in. And tigers don't come in tigers. Tigers are trigers, which is 3 tigers stacked on top of each other, which is the one thing that's scarier than a tiger, is a triger. You know, like that game is just exceptionally silly. Let's make that last bit Kimberlite. Make it blue. Pull the lever. And remove the plug. Because the tower is done. There's a spot here that still needs to be sealed up, apparently, but we can do that. All right, so I should be able to have power coming out of here. On that side without any trouble, because I think you can transfer power from one to another. But I may have to do some testing to figure out how I'm actually gonna power the whole thing at once. But the tower is ready for filling. We just need to power it. So, triumphant success, I say. Triumphant success. Triumphant success. The clockwork tower of dwarven success is growing. All right, so today was a very productive day, chat. I would argue that we have finished the pump stack tower. It's just a matter of getting power to it now. So that is a major success. And another major success of today is that we saved the dwarf Jess, which is very funny because she was actually in prison during the news that Jess got partnered today on Twitch. She was utterly destroyed by the nightmare that was her tragic life, and now she has no stress left whatsoever. A good round of 220 days in prison sorted her right out, and she is a much happier dwarf now, which is lovely. She's only ashamed at the lack of dining tables, and doesn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body, but has enjoyment remembering playing with a toy boat. Which is funny because you haven't been a child for like 12 years. So, I think that's it for Longdeath today. I'm going to continue to wonder why these roofing pieces right here keep disappearing. And I will put a another Kimberlite block there to fix that. And I think it's time for us to go play some Conquest of Elysium. We will hopefully turn the pump stacks on tomorrow and celebrate 300 years tomorrow. So that should be fun. All that being said, if you're here specifically for Dwarfs, there's more Dwarfs on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. And there's actually a few people streaming Dwarfs today. Nobody I actually recognize, so there's plenty of streams to choose from if you are looking for a Dwarf stream to go watch. That isn't mine when I vanish. That being said, we're not vanishing. We're just simply switching games. We are going to go play Conquest of Elysium for the remainder of the stream. I'm going to see if I can get a witch run going, if that works for you guys. And if you're sticking around, can I get a big round of beers? Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. And I don't want to give stuff away, Wave Depletion, but you're going to see more Dungeon Mans in the near future. Oh, I'm just saying it's you will be seeing more Dungeon Mans in the near future. Not to give too much stuff away though.